you okay with us being here?
Lady.
Lady, lady. Yes. Yes. Ashley. Is it a lady Ashley is talking to? Or are you referring to Ashley?
It just said Ashley, I'm not kidding.
Whoa! Ashley just got your name. She has now ascended. I don't know if you heard that, Pip, but your sister from another mister here, Piper, just said we should put Pip on FaceTime.
That was crazy.
That's a good way to end the night, though.
Yeah.
Great way to end the night.
Wild.
About it. Okay, we need to.
What is that?
coordinate now.
Yeah, what was that sound?
What?
I thought that was you rolling something.
I thought that was you rolling something.
At first I thought it was outside, but then it sounded like it was coming from
That was-
outside.
That sounded like
What
it was
was
from in
that?
here. What was that?
Yeah, but that switch does not seem to do anything. It just shuts off the armor.
Shuts off the armor.
There's a good switch over here. These switches here.
That was not us.
Again. All right.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What? I thought you were in another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
That was, I thought that was.
I thought that was Serena. I heard mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
Annaberg. It's either called Annaberg or Annaberg Mansion, and it is in historic Manassas, of Manassas, Virginia.
Short people will be like.
Yeah, the short people will be fine. Okay. So welcome everybody to the USS North Carolina. This is the Wildwood Sanatorium. And it looks like we've got really good Wi-Fi for this. This is where we're starting the investigation tonight. There's my partner in crime, Phil Rossi. Coming at you.
I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that? Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
All right, hold on. Hold the phone, everyone. I'm gonna isolate this section. Isolate this section. Okay.
Is that still going off in there, Tina?
Hey, Pip, I'm going to hand you the cat balls, if that's cool.
I would like the cat balls.
I'm feeling like something need to go on the bed.
Someone needs some cat balls.
It's right there. I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
Is that still going off in there,
Hey,
Tina?
Pip, I'm going to hand you the cat balls, if that's cool.
I would like the cat balls.
I'm feeling like something need to go on the bed.
Someone needs some cat balls.
There you go.
You have 3 cat balls. You mean the big one?
by 2. 1, 2. And then I will put this one on the bottom. And
So I
then this
see you're
one
having a lot of fun.
on the top. And then
Thor, has anyone ever called you a Bond villain in a previous life? Because, man, I swear to God, it just sounds like saying, it seems you have the upper hand in the cards, Mr. Bond.
I mean, I never said I wasn't.
I wish I knew how to quit you, Thor. I wish I knew how to quit you. Oh, my God.
Which is a 3/3, and Valgavoth, which is
6/6.
a 6/6.
Where's the beef? It's on Mike's battlefield is where it is. Jeez.
Huh?
It is a 6/6 on Mike's battlefield. You know what, Mike? I don't believe you'll sacrifice your Valgavoth. I don't believe you'll do it.
Do it for the vine. You ain't gonna do it.
I don't believe you're gonna do it. I'm gonna send Yuma.
Go ahead and block. You won't.
6/6. You won't do it.
Have you lost life yet in your turn?
No.
You're about to.
Is my entire hand counter? Yeah. Oh boy. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
This is a game
right,
for the ages. I'm gonna save
This is a
puppy.
game. This is a game.
Chat.
All right, we untap the land. We untap the land. We're both at 1.
I don't hear no bell. I don't hear no bell, Mick. I don't hear no bell. All right. All right. Oh, son of a bitch.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. There's my reacher moment. That was my reacher.
Daddy, I'm only in the next room, and I can hear you. Daddy! Daddy? Look, Daddy, I got to groom myself because I'm a beautiful Appalachian queen. Yes, you, chat. And I'm telling you right now, nobody better be touching my torty beans. If anybody touches my torty beans, there's gonna rue today. They are, 'cause I'm an Appalachian queen. I'm about done with this, I swear to this technological hoopa-joop. Right here, chat. That's my furry ass. You can kiss it. Pucker up, buttercup.
I know, they're both as high as each other.
Oh, they are. Game of the year, people. Game of the fucking year.
I'm calling it right now.
I'm calling it now. Game of the fucking year. We are 12. We are 12. How'd I do, chat? What'd you think of that? Brand new opening. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out, but I'm always interested in your feedback, as you may know. And yeah, we're doing a slight rebranding. And hello, Mac from Salt Lake. Good to have you here. Hi, everybody. It is great to be here tonight for another for another another delightful edition of the Grim Gazette. Thank you, Chris. I'm really happy. Yeah, exactly, Panic. I turned up the spooky. I turned up the spooky. And the good news is that the BRB reel that I'm rolling out tomorrow. I should roll that out tomorrow. And when I roll that out too pixely. Now, Mac, that might be on your end. That might be on your end, unless my stream is absolutely bottoming out, and I don't believe it is. According to this, my bitrate is 4K, so I'm not sure. When I have a pupper cutting off my blood flow, I will watch it more. Mac's end? Okay. All right, so sorry, Mac. Unfortunately, that is on your end, so you may want to look into that. So good evening, everybody. Tonight is in fact a Grim Gazette night. For those of you who are not familiar with the Grim Gazette, you will be after tonight. My name is T. Call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. Give me 1 second here. I gotta do something real quick with the background music. There we go. It's my end. I'm on mobile. Well, there's your problem. There's your problem right there. There's your problem. I mean, we're talking. You gotta break glass as Panic is illustrating. You break glass if you can't get your in case of emergency. If you can't get the PC up and running, that's when you whip out the mobile. And mobile's always I know what's wrong with it. Okay, good to hear. It ain't got no gas in it. Here's a problem. Reason why you're having a problem with your transmission because you got no gas in it. I got no gas in my cars, but that's because I drive electric. Oh, let's go. All right. So anyway, yeah, my name is T. Call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. Again, I will be getting into the shenanigans of the Grim Gazette tonight, but as many of you know, I like to do a little warm up, and so we burn it. Exactly. I know not Magic the Gathering stream, but checking Magic the Gathering memes, I found a Poggers poll. Okay, Mac. Well, you know what to do. I do have I now have a memes channel as part of the Magic the Gathering channel over on my Discord, and I'm pretty sure you're part of it. But if you don't know Tay Discord, this is Tay Discord. And for anybody over on YouTube, because I am multi-streaming tonight on YouTube as well as Twitch. Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, right, I'm on the PC side of things. That's right. That's where I put it. Look at this. I got the best chat. I got the best freaking community anywhere. I do. I have the best freaking community anywhere. Well, now there's a reel that somebody actually it was Prez who sent me the reel, and I've got to take a closer look at it. I've got to find out what the reel was all about. But it was a guy interviewing a gentleman at a Magic conference, and this guy at the Magic conference, he was literally walking around with, I think it was seven or eight unsleeved. And I want to put that out, unsleeved Black Lotuses. And for those of you who play, you know the importance of Black Lotus, and not to be confused with White Lotus. It's an entirely different thing. That's HBO. This is Magic the Gathering. Talking about the Black Lotus. And all I know about the Black Lotus is that literally is the Holy Grail. That's the Holy Grail of cards. But for those of my viewers over on YouTube, thank you for being here. Thanks for joining us for the live. You're going to find that this channel, at least during the warm up, just chatting hour, the very beginning of the stream, it's kind of a mix. I don't focus on the paranormal until we are ready to focus on the paranormal. And once I get locked in, then I talk very little about gaming, unless of course my stream decides to take me elsewhere. I try very, very hard to stay on target. No, I don't have my stay on target in the board yet.
I'm slowly. I haven't even sent a thank you note to Doug for TwitchCon. I mean, I've been having a really I've not only had a Cypher on Twitch said to me today, how have you been post TwitchCon? And I honestly can place it as I have been on call and on the go since I landed. Got home from TwitchCon, hit the ground, and well, I didn't hit the ground. The plane did land safely, but the plane lands safely. I go on ahead. I get picked up by my mom. The next day, we're in the car. We're driving out to Lynchburg, and then we get to Lynchburg, and my mom stays with us for a week, and then right after that, it's my birthday. Then after my birthday, it's Halloween, and now we get to this week, and we have been doing. We struck Halloween, so Halloween is gone now. We put everything away. And we are still doing some DIY. My wife, as many of you know, if you haven't seen it, and if you guys would like me to put a DIY section in my Discord, I'm thinking about doing it because we've been restoring different parts of the house. I'm actually going to be. I know you can't see it, but on this side of the studio, it's a wreck because the cats, particularly Dorito. Yes, Dorito. He is not the angel that Secondhand will make you think that he is. Dorito is a little ginger menace. He truly is. He is a little ginger menace. I don't mind saying, and he is now taking to doing this. I watched him do it from the cat cam. But this is what he did. He literally hooked his paw behind one of my magic boxes and literally just pushed it. Just pushed it off. Pushed it off. This is his way of saying, of more or less saying,
I am in the studio, and you will pay attention to me. And when I say pay attention, I mean traits. Criminal! Outlaw country! Woo!
Yeah. That's Dorito in a nutshell, everybody. I saw how hella clean your apartment was, Panic, and you have a lot to be proud of. A lot to be proud of, because I'm very proud of you. Twitch Dad is very proud of you, and it's a very Panic-esque apartment. The bear vibe is strong. Side note: guess who turns 34 tomorrow? Let's frickin' go! Let's frickin' go! There's a clone doing crime. Really? You're gonna go down there? Trying to casually ask my friends here to hang out on my birthday, and I think I may be celebrating alone. You know what? Hang on a minute, Panic. Hang on. Please hold. Your call is very important to us. I just want to check something here. I'm just gonna see some stuff here. Let's see. We got okay, and that is gonna be. Let's check them. Oh, that's a Sunday? Oh my God. Hang on. Okay, so I'm going to just announce it today because I can. But basically, Spence is in town on that day. So we're going to hop on. We're gonna hop on Panic, and we're gonna go on ahead and we're gonna settle in, and we're gonna do a three-way. Giggity. We're gonna do a special stream. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a special stream, and I want it to repeat yearly, every year, and I'm gonna add it to the calendar. And let's see. Secondhand is tomorrow, so since I'm here adding my birthdays, let's see, we'll do second. Because you know what? It's good to know. It's good to know, everybody, your mods' B-days. It's always good to know your mods' B-days. Now, it's tomorrow, so I got that there. And I'm gonna go yearly. And we're gonna say add. Okay, we good. Yeah, that's where you chill. That's where you'll chill. And if you want to fire up a webcam and chill like live with us, you're more than welcome to. If not, that's okay. We can find another way to chill. But yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that. And I tell you what could be hella fun is if we did some magique. If I could get some magique going, I will do that. So we will talk because we have some time to plan. We have some time to strategize, and I think we'll do just that. Now to backtrack a bit and just get the. I know some people find politics, unpleasant and awkward and whatever in our Twitch sphere, but I just gotta say, Virginia. Virginia, you did me motherfucking proud. I'm so fucking proud of my state. So yeah, Virginia. Just wanted to say Virginia. Just want to say Virginia. Hammer! Yeah. I'm telling you. I'm so effing proud of Virginia tonight. I'm so effing proud. I will say this. I will say this. Virginia is far from perfect. It's not a perfect place, but man, when we get it right, we get it right. And I'm so pleased. I'm so happy. I'm so effing proud of this state for doing the right thing. There was a local candidate, unfortunately, did not get. I wish I could find their contact info because hey, yo, how you doing there, Marv? Good to have you in stream, Marv. There was a local candidate that was actually doing the door-to-door thing, and while I was away at TwitchCon, she paid a visit, and she talked a bit with my wife. She talked a bit with Pip, and Pip said, "Hey, look, you got our vote. You don't have to worry about it. I can't vote, but my husband can, et cetera." And they got to talking, and Pip was saying this girl made a real impression on me, and I really regret not getting or not being able to get better contact with her right now because I would love to ping her and say, hey, look, you lost. Okay, you lost the election. However, you were making that guy sweat. And the fact that this newcomer just really came in and kept her guessing, kept her opponent guessing right up to the end. I want to say that's promising. And and she's apparently in her 30s, which is young for politics. So hey, I say stay your course. Stay your course. You'll figure it out. You'll figure it out. All right, and therein wraps up the politicking for tonight. That was a nice thing to wake up to. I did get a little cranky this morning for no good. Later in the afternoon for no good reason. Well, I mean, it was partially a headache. It was partially getting a little sore because I did work out this morning. I'm trying to get my health back into gear. My health kind of took a nosedive. Well, I shouldn't say nosedive, but it did derail because I've been out of practice, and when I was trying to wrap everything up in October for the season on Old Spirits, I was spending a lot of time at my desk. I did try to remember to get up and stretch, and I've got to be better at that. I think the Mana Buds have to be better at that. So they're I'm slowly getting back into the groove again. And my wife and I went on an expedition today. Drove out to a salvage spot. These are people that basically they salvage stuff that's torn down or houses that are condemned and things like that. Couldn't find what we needed, so we are going to have to do the Lowe's run again. But you know what? It was nice getting out. It was nice getting out of the house, getting out with the wifey. Yeah, that felt good. That felt really, really good. And now I was able to do a final touch-up, finish up the new intro, which I'm very, very proud of. And I think it's more reflective of what I do on the channel now. And it felt weird, and it seems very appropriate that Marv is in chat for this. It felt so freaking weird to be putting together an intro for this channel and not feature anything from Destiny. Now, the BRB is going to be this. When I update the BRB reel, there's going to be some Destiny stuff because that's what this channel was based on. That's what this channel was built on. And for those of you over on YouTube, if you're watching over on YouTube, yes, originally I started off as, I hear you, Marv, and I would agree. It is not the game that we knew. It's not the game that we knew. And the fact that things are going in the direction they're going at Bungie, wow, that's all I got to say. Wow, but I will say that when I get to updating the BRB reel, yes, there will be more VR stuff. There will be some more Manabud stuff. That Destiny thing, though, that Steve and I did, that ain't going nowhere. I'm very, very proud of that. I'm also going to find some clips with me and Marv because I freaking loved playing with Marv. I might even unearth this. I wonder if I have it. I got to have it somewhere. It was we were playing Crucible, and we were just goofing around as we did. We had earlier been talking about montage reels and how Marv said he was going to put me in a montage reel when he smoked me. We're bouncing around in the Crucible, and I get hit. And then this voice comes in and goes, "Montage T, bitch." And then we both start cackling. And we were cackling like we were high on something. And man, that was one of my favorite moments. I'm tearing up just thinking about it. It was one of my favorite and one of my funniest moments in Destiny. And I got to make sure I find that. If I can't find it, I have plenty of other stuff. I know, Marv. It was just a classic, just wholesome, and yet trolly moments with friends. You know what I mean? I played live with you exactly one time, that Dares of Eternity horse game show. I think it was a fever dream. You could say that about the whole game show with that. Yes, I remember when you did that with me. It was the one and only time we ever played together, and bummed me out that we never got more chances to play. We're gonna change that though when we start talking about Magic the Gathering. I'm just saying. So anyway, what else is going on in the world of T? Okay, well tonight, of course, I did say there was a brand new Grim Gazette. We're going to start that up promptly around 7. I said promptly and then around. I said promptly at 7. We will do that. And then yes, this weekend. All right, so this weekend we are going to be at the Appomattox Historic Jail on Friday night. That'll be me, Phil, Tina, and Pip. And then Saturday, we will be, again, Saturday night, both times starting at 8 o'clock, we're going to be at the Clover Hill Historic Village. So what exactly is a historic village? If you haven't, exactly promptly around 7-ish. Yes, exactly, Panic, exactly. So a historic village, if you don't know, is where older homes that aren't necessarily like the stone mansions of the day or something like that, but the homes that are historic and they people don't necessarily want to tear them down because of their historic value, they will actually collect them like Legos or play pieces in a D&D game. And what they will do is they will go on ahead and they will designate an area as a historic village, and then they will say, okay, here are, a lot. These are quickly becoming neat ways of rescuing and restoring old historic homes. They have them out in LA. They have some that are large. There are some that are small. I know very little about both of these properties. I'm coming in at this cold. I'm not sure if Pip is going to have a chance to get down and dirty with the historic figures and facts. Hey, how you doing there, Steampunk Rick? Good to see you in chat. But that is the plan. Is we will be live both Friday and Saturday night with all new content. Now, as far as the Saturday afternoon stream, not sure if that's happening because we do have the Rossies are actually gonna be in town, obviously, but not just for ghost hunting. I think I can talk about this now. I'm gonna be I'm gonna still keep it on the QT because I want to make sure everything is copacetic. But Rossies are moving to Lynchburg. The Rossies are making the jump, and they're coming to town. They're coming to town, and that's going to be a big step forward for OSI. What's the potential of this? I mean, it could be anything from just having more stuff in the hopper for season 5, so I can be hands off and I can do a lot more neat stuff. Heck, it could be me and Phil saying, hey, you know what? We'll take a grant, we'll rent an area, we'll rent a space, and yeah, we'll go on ahead and we'll set up camp somewhere. We'll set up an office. Here's the thing about OSI though, and I've been thinking about this. If OSI had an office, what would we do there? I mean, I shouldn't say the whole point, but one of the reasons why one of the reasons I was happy getting this space, right, was because, it's my private little alcove to do stuff in, right? This is my editing bay, right? I love this place where I can stream. And Pip said, well, you could do editing over at OSI if you had an OSI building. It's like, yeah, but then what are we doing here? Just streaming? Just gaming? I mean, it's one of those things where I'm still trying to noodle through what would be the bonus. And the other thing is too is that the house that the Rossies are acquiring, I can tell you right now, Phil's going to have his own space. And if you've watched any of the Don't Turn Around reels and things like that, he has got a wicked pissa of a space, right? So there's that. I mean, we could meet with clients. Okay, it's not like we're that busy, and we're not TAPS. Okay, we are not the Atlantic Paranormal Society. Could we do special events? Yeah, we could do special events, but I mean, I don't know about that either. It's kind of vague. It's kind of vague, and we would have to talk about that. But the fact that they're coming up here, that's great. I mean, we're really excited about that. Now, I will say that there is a possibility on Saturday I will open these. If I don't open these on Saturday, I will definitely open these. I'm definitely going to open these on Monday for Mana Buds Monday. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe you couldn't see it. I got the Secret Layer Jaws edition. Get a fire pole, of course. Well, yeah. I mean, duh. Of course I'm getting a fire pole. But, it would be a shame if we got the fire pole and then we kind of couldn't hang on to it. You know what I mean? I don't mean hanging on the fire pole. I'm talking about the office space. We got options, but I mean, the bigger one is, okay, well, what do we do in said office? And I think that's more about Egon. Actually, I think Phil would be Egon. Phil would be Egon because Phil builds all the gadgets. I think I am more. Am I Peter Venkman? Yeah, I think I'm Peter Venkman. Yeah, I am Peter Venkman. Before I forget, everybody, hold up. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. Okay. Now, for you over on YouTube, you're not going to see ads. For you over on YouTube, you're not going to see ads. This is just one way that that over on Twitch, over on YouTube, you get one lump, like you get a lump sum, and then maybe at random in lives you get ads. I'm not sure how ads work in YouTube, but over on Twitch, we do get notified when the ads go live, and so yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. And let's see what else. But yeah, I'm really excited about this weekend with the upcoming investigations. It just feels really good to be getting back into the swing of things. Not only do I need to start charging up my devices, but I realized today I need to start charging up Phil's devices because they were very optimistic about this move, right? They were very optimistic about the move, and Phil gave me all of his equipment so that he would not have to worry about packing it up or putting it into movers, vans, or anything like that, which makes total sense, and I appreciate that. Does that mean pick Ray or Winston? Oh, shoot. Pip is definitely Winston. Pip is definitely Winston because Winston is the one that handles all the books and is the no-nonsense one. Coolest one of the bunch as well. So, of course, Pip is Winston. That means that Tina is probably Ray, which does track. Hang on. Nope, I got to flip-flop it. Pip is Ray. Pip is Ray because Ray knew all the history. Pip would rattle off something about, Ray would rattle off something about a Sumerian god or a Voltarian priestess or things like that. That's Pip in a nutshell. And Tina would probably be Winston because Tina's the one that balances the books, decides on a place to go, make sure that the books are balanced and all that stuff. So I think that's how it breaks down. Phil is Egon. I am Peter Venkman, and Tina is Ray Stantz, and Pip is Winston. Winston Zedmore. And that's the other reason why. She's got to be Winston is because it's in the name Zedmore, and Pip knows it's not the letter Z, it's the letter Z. So there's that as well. But yeah, things are coming together in the office, /studio. I'm managing to keep things under control and more or less organized. I mean, could I do better? Of course I could. I still have this to open. So again, that might be a Saturday stream, or that might be a Monday morning stream where we do the Jaws and this unexpected Duskmorn. Well, this one I ordered. This one I ordered for myself, and I was really pleased with myself because it was on sale. But the other one that I opened earlier in the week, yeah, that one, I totally borked it. I bought that and forgot about it, as well as I'm forgetting about the Thunder Junction pre-release that I bought specifically for Steve Saylor, whom I don't know when I'll be seeing again. I'm hoping in the spring, but that remains to be seen. I'm working on something with Steve, and yeah, I'm working on it. No D&D for me this week, and I'm feeling the itch. I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling the itch because you've seen the place that I play at, Mythic Hall, and I just bought some beautiful dice from them. I bought some dice on my birthday, and hard to believe that was last week, but it was last week. Yesterday, I just bought this beautiful dice, and I was ready to break it in, and then they said, yeah, no D&D this week, and bummed as I was, I understand, because not only are we busy, but the folks over at Mythic Hall are extremely busy. I need to double check with them to see if they have anybody filming this weekend. They've got this hot, big big named DM coming in from Canada. $750 a seat. Now you would think $750 a seat. No one's going to pay that for a 2-night event with this guy from Canada. This guy is such a big deal. It's a sold out event. It is sold out. I mean, that's hardcore.
Unleash the fury!
That is hardcore. Now, not every special event at Mythic Hall is going to be $750 a seat. I mean, not even Mythic Hall would have expected beyond their wildest dreams to sell half the room, let alone sell out. And this is a 2-night event. They just had 1 seat open up. So yeah. So if you got $750 and you want to experience what it's like to play Dungeons and Dragons in Mythic Hall, well, that's coming up. You got an opportunity there. There are other games too that are a little more affordable. I'm just going to throw that out there as well. But yeah, it just feels weird not doing D&D for a week. And once I finish updating my BRB reel, that's gonna make me take a breath as well, because as you know, both of those things have been on my to-do list for months. And I didn't realize how badly I needed to. You don't realize how badly you need to do something until you start doing it. You know, one of the things. And the hype reel that I launched this morning. If you missed it, don't worry. You can always go back and see it in the VOD. I'm not only very, very proud of it because it's now stretching my skills with After Effects, but there's some new stuff in Premiere that I'm very, very pleased with playing with. so that's another bonus. But yeah, I won't be able to throw my new dice until next week. So I just got to be patient. And I got to wait, and I got to just tell myself it's gonna come. It's gonna get here. Don't worry. It's gonna come. And yeah, it's just been it's been a great day. For $750, the quality would be pretty high. Well, this, like I said, this guy. All right, hang on a minute. It's kind of driving me a little bananas that I don't know who this guy is. But when it comes to professional DMs that people move mountains to sit at their table, the only person that comes to my mind is Robert Hartley. And Robert Hartley is the DM for Viva La Dirt League. Nice guy. Or at least he seems like that. He seems like a very nice guy. Okay, so yeah, the DM is a gentleman by the name of Jason Azevedo. Jason Azevedo, and he is doing a Curse of Strahd 2-night event, and that's $750 a seat, and it looks like, yeah, and there's also a 1-shot event. So you can come Friday night for the 1-shot. And then there's the Curse of Strahd with Jason Azevedo, 2-day event. But they're still both $750 a seat. And that's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Well, I can only assume. Hang on. I'm so confused as to how they listed this. Hall, Game Master. All right, this is what they have to say about him. Okay, here we go. Yeah, wasn't not $7.50, $750 a seat. And Rick, there were 6 seats. There's only one available. That's how hot this guy is. There are people coming in from out of state to sit at this guy's table. Okay, so this is his bio. Jason Azevedo is a professional game master, acclaimed miniature painter, and the president and founder of Realmsmith. It's best known for the DM Realmsmith's Curse of Strahd campaign, Into the Mist, Faster Purple Worm, Kill, and Champions of the Realm. He has the honor of having Matt Mercer, Matthew Lillard, Deborah Ann Wool, Christian Newsom, Sean Gunn, and Luis Carrazzo as his table, as well as being a special GM and D&D in a castle, D&D at sea, and RPG in a jungle. Will he do my laundry too? I doubt it. Although looking at what he's wearing for his headshot, he's got some fly wardrobe. Jason thrives on running a character-driven, immersive gameplay experiences that focus on collaborative storytelling. As a DM, he believes in weaving a story collectively with his players. You can expect a PG-13 experience with lots of highly immersive table settings, props, visuals, lighting, sound, and the use of hand-painted miniatures and terrain. So yeah. Hey, yo, for 20 months. My dear Val, thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for the reset. I hope you were doing well. Now, if I remember correctly, you're all moved in, right? You are all moved in. Am I correct in assuming that? You are all moved in. You are settled in, correct? You are GTG. Correct? That's awesome. It's good to hear. We are currently in motion. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. We are currently in motion, me and Pip, and you are in my general vicinity. I'm trying to remember. Do you play D&D? I'm trying to remember if you play. I mean, not have you played, but do you actively play, or are you actively look? Okay, you do. Okay. I will. But if anybody wants to see what we're talking about here, if anybody wants to look into what I'm constantly, I'm constantly chattering on about when it comes to when I play my D&D. This is where I play my D&D. Nope, not that, and not that. No, not that. There we go. Let me get back up here. It's a matter of remembering which platform I'm on. But this, everybody, is Mythic Hall. This is where I play D&D. And it's looking at his photo, I have seen him. It would be an amazing experience, but that is a lot of cash. It is a lot of cash. That's a hell of a lot of cash. I will not presume to debate you, sir. I mean, that is a healthy dose of cash. And I mean, and just remember, I'm just being honest here. Even the folks at Mythic Hall they're beside themselves. They did not expect this performance, this special guest to bring in to do the draw that he's got. But that is also what Mythic Hall is trying to do. And for anybody over on YouTube that's got questions about this, and you're thinking, hey, wait a second, isn't this guy a ghost hunter? Yes, I am a ghost hunter, and we will be talking about we'll be getting into paranormal a little later in the evening. As a matter of fact, we're 9 minutes away from me kicking off the latest Grim Gazette. So just everybody, this is just a chill out point. This is you and me chattering away, getting to know one another, just having a good time. Looks amazing. I've played at a place called Your Parents' Basement that has an amazing immersive RPG room. Yeah, well, this is apparently a new thing, and I mean, I think it is safe to say part of the reason why you're seeing more, immersive spaces like this appearing is because people see, people alert like D&D. They see, Critical Role. They see all this, and they go, I want in on that. I want to get in on this. And it's a great way to play. I never played D&D like that. I never got dressed up in costume. I never got a chance to do any of that. I did play in a friend's basement, though. I will say that. And I mean, I'm not just in one. I'm in two. The reason why you don't see a lot of me and Pip on Friday nights is because on Friday nights, me and Pip are in our second campaign at Mythic Hall. The first campaign we're doing is Icespire. We're having a great time with Icespire. And the other place that we are located, or the other place that the other campaign that we're playing is something called Hekna. As in Hekna. But it's Hekna. And here's the best way to describe it and this is of course going to date me, but I don't care. If you remember the Disney, the rarely talked about Disney classic. That's the best way to describe it. The rarely talked about Disney classic that is Something Wicked This Way Comes. Take Something Wicked This Way Comes, combine it with Killer Clowns from Outer Space, and you've got Hekna. And it has been an absolute bonkers campaign. This was, yeah. You know, Val, Disney Plus is now streaming that. And I've got to sit down and watch it just to see that and Dragon Slayer. I've been telling Pip about the dark age of Disney, when Disney would make films that, well, let's just say didn't really fall into the Disney category of wholesome family films. And the four films that everybody brings up from this one, Black Cauldron is one, The Watcher in the Woods is another one. And then there's Dragon Slayer and Something Wicked This Way Comes. And I think one of two reasons why I absolutely love Something Wicked This Way Comes. One, the script is written by Ray Bradbury. And Ray Bradbury is, it was his book, and he wrote the screenplay, and it's pretty damn creepy. The second thing is that it introduced this brand new actor, this brand new British actor to American audiences, to worldwide audiences actually. A very young, baby-faced Jonathan Pryce. And I just finished Slow Horses season, the latest season of Slow Horses, and I'm just like, I just love Jonathan Pryce. We need a movie weekend. God damn it, yes we do. We do need a movie weekend. The tricky part has been finding just as I said earlier, I hit the ground running after I got back from TwitchCon, and I feel like this week has been the first time I've actually taken a breath. So yeah, we've been asking for one for a while. Well, that's the funny thing, Second Hand. I wish I could do something like community based, but I don't. I mean, I could do it, I guess, on Discord, but I can't do it on stream. Like on stream. Yeah. Betty Davis. I think that was one of her final roles, if I remember correctly. That was near the end of her career. But oh man, I remember Betty Davis was just brilliant in that film. But I mean, it's Betty frickin' Davis, so there's that. Rick, I still remember the tarantula scene. It was her final role? I thought so. Okay. But no, Hekna's got that vibe about it because it takes place. Get out. You investigated Betty Davis's house. Wow. Speaking of investigations, it might be my rant for next week. I want to stay focused. I want to stay focused on the rant concerning haunted houses in particular. But I want to stay on the rant that I'm going to have for tonight. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, we still have to talk about some of the past shenanigans you got up to with the good folks over at Taps. So anyway, Hekna is got that vibe. It's got this wackiness about it, but the wackiness has also an edge of sinister, and that's kind of where the campaign goes, and the I guess you just look it up, Hechna. It was a Kickstarter, a very successful Kickstarter, I might add. and I think you can buy it now. I think it is available to the general public, but you can check that out. And I am, but no, I've been having a great time with Hekna, and I've been having a great time with Icespire. Icespire is more of a classic kind of Dungeons and Dragons scenario game, what have you. But but Hekna has been very, very different, and I got no regrets. In Hekna, I'm playing the dragon monk, the half dragon born monk, and yeah, been having a great time with it. Been having a great time with playing. Now I haven't really unlocked all the coolness of being a monk. But I can feel it getting close. I think I'm at level 3. Am I at level 3 or level 5? Let me find out. So yeah, I've been enjoying playing the monk subclass. If you've never played the monk subclass, I do recommend it. It's good fun. One night I want to get you, Pip, Moon, and Walker in a room and play Diana Spencer, Warrior Princess. Well, that sounds interesting. That sounds very interesting. Can I really do this? I can. Wow. I didn't realize this, but apparently my D&D Beyond is tied into my Twitch account. Well, it does make sense because there are a lot of people that and pretty soon we will be streaming on Twitch. Okay, so characters. Oh, he's level 4. He's level 4, and I think you really start to feel what I certainly will, Cass. I certainly will. But I'm currently at level 4 with my Dragonborn monk. Oh, blind, and he's blind. He's blind, and I did that on purpose. I wanted to play from Steve's perspective. Steve has designed a whole bunch of different rules for disabilities, both in D&D and in Daggerheart. And I wanted to play around in that world and see what the challenges were, and it has been interesting playing with a disability and playing with a lawful good alignment. That's been fascinating because I'm staying true to the alignment. Staying true to the character. It's hard to play. I don't mind saying it is hard to play. Okay. So for those of you over on YouTube, thank you very much for joining me. For those of you on Twitch, thank you very much for joining me. We are now going to start it up because it is 7 o'clock, and as I promised, it is time for the Wednesday favorite. It is Wednesday. It's time to get weird. And it is, once again, time for the Grim Gazette, your weekly dose of weird news, paranormal debunks, paranormal analysis as I prefer to call it, and finally a paranormal deep dive. We're going to be talking about a specific topic that's happening in the world of the paranormal, and I'm going to be giving you a very hot take on this, and I just want everybody to say brace. I just want to say to everybody, brace, because maybe the hot take I'm going to be offering is not going to be a favorite one. But before we get to that, everybody, we are going to take a look at some weird news. And for this is for Panic, and this is also for my baby, for my lovely wife Pip. This is in fact our lead story for tonight. Children's book, Return to Main Library, 46 years late. 46 years late. All right, here we go. A former Maine resident returned to the town she used to call home so she could return a library book that had been due back 46 years later. And I hate to say this, but that's still younger than me, so she could have held on to it for a few more years, but oh well, oh well. Diana Edwards, a former resident of Camden, Maine, said she was packing up her books from a move from Massachusetts to New Hampshire. There you go. There you go, Val. When she came across a copy of Bunches and Bunches of Bunnies, written by Louise Matthews and illustrated by Jenny Bassett. The book had been checked out from the Camden Public Library and had a due date of August 10th, 1979. My children and I live on Pearl Street from the mid-1970s to around 1984. When we moved to Vermont, those bunnies have been traveling with me since then, Edwards told the Midcoast Village newspaper. Amy Hand, the library's director of youth services, recounted the story of the book's return in an Instagram video. She said the book will be used for future storytime sessions. Library officials stated the faculty no longer has late fees, but even when they were still enforced, the fines were capped at $5. They said the maximum Edwards would have been asked to pay under the old policy would have been the cost of replacing the tomb. Edwards said she decided to donate an undisclosed sum to the library in gratitude for the understanding and good cheer of the librarians she spoke with.
Boy, howdy.
And that is why we love our librarians so damn much.
I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
All right. From across the pond, dozens of corgis compete for racing and costume titles in Lithuania. A total of 120 teams from countries including Poland, Latvia, Germany, Austria, and Italy competed in the corgi race Vilnius. Oh my God! Are we ready for this? Are we ready for this much cute? Are we ready for this much cute, chat? I ask you. Are we ready for this much cute? Guess what? It's a video. It's a video, so we're gonna watch it. Here we go. We got an ad. It's a short ad. I don't care. Here we go. Skip ad, please. I'll skip ad. God! That's the cute overload alarm, everybody. It's a cute overload alarm.
He'll be a hula girl in this competition.
Wait, did that thing
and
have
he'll win
wings?
the race, and he was in here last
Hang
year,
on,
but
hang
didn't
on,
do so
hang on,
well.
hang on. No, but
He knows what he did, and he is really proud of himself, so...
hang on. We're gonna watch this again. Mango! This is the... Oh my God! It's Bat Corgi! Okay. The wings were already out.
And then he'll
That's
be in
fine.
the race.
The wings were already
He
out.
was in here last year, but didn't do so well.
He knows what he did, and he is really proud of himself, so to the next year.
So we're good, right?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, everybody. Attention, attention, all personnel. Ads in 15 seconds. Ads in 15 seconds. That is all. A Shiba Inu. I don't know. I don't know. But man, that corgi. Oh, corgis are British Shiba Inus. Ah, I see. I did not know that. Thank you for that, Mark.
I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
Always nice to be getting that getting that 411. All right, so what I want to do, I don't want to necessarily go into the next story for folks who are watching us, but for those of you on YouTube who are out there watching, I hope you're enjoying the Grim Gazette. How we do things, just so you all know, we're doing things a little differently than we've done in the past. So in the past, what I would do is I would do an edited down version of the Grim Gazette where I took out the pauses, I took out any weird tangents I'd go on, any chit chat that I would have with specific people, that kind of thing. I would also cut the first hour, and then I'd re-release it on Fridays. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing I noticed, chat. I was actually building a brand new rod for my back, and that's kind of defeating the purpose of the Grim Gazette. I did not necessarily want to do another edited project, which was going to hold me back on the proper edited project, which was the Season of Old Spirits. So in between and the off seasons and things like that, I want to go on ahead. I want to do this. I want to go on ahead. And I want to do Grim Gazette, but we're just going to do it live on Twitch and on YouTube. And then that way, it's one less thing for me to do. This is how I want to stay efficient. So there you have it. But yeah, but thank you everybody for being here tonight. We are doing this all in one take. We're doing it live. We're both on Twitch and on YouTube. We will be coming here every Wednesday night, starting at 6. We do our warm up. We do our warm up where we just hang out. People ask questions. We chat away. It is a Chuck E. Cheese. You're gonna find out more about it in just a moment. I've been anxious about this one because as a parent, I got some horror stories about Chuck E. Cheese, and I'll go on ahead and tell them all about it. But right now, we are coming back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Thank you over on Twitch for being patient. Remember, as I said in the announcements, you can always bypass by being a sub or by getting Twitch Turbo. If you get Twitch Turbo or otherwise, you can also watch over on YouTube. That's another option you have. All right, let's get back to what probably wound up being some severe trauma for kids. And it's a video. Children watch on in shock as man in Chuck E. Cheese costume arrested over credit card theft. Jamel Jones, 41. No, I'm still on Discord. I'm still on Discord, Cass. Command Discord. If you do command Discord in chat, that's a command for everybody. Do a command Discord, and you will you'll get my Discord back. Or Secondhand can do it. There's that. Yes, children watch in shock as man in Chuck E. Cheese costume arrested over credit card theft. Jamal Jones, 41. And if you're in your 40s and you're still getting into a Chuck E. Cheese outfit, you either better own that franchise or, you've made some poor choices. Was arrested while dressed as Chuck E. Cheese mascot in Tallahassee, Florida. Well, there's your problem.
So technically, T. Morris is correct.
There's your problem. Tallahassee, Florida. Jones had allegedly stolen and used a credit card. Let's watch this video. This should be fun. Let's see if it goes back into an ad. Yep. Whoa. Yikes. The hell did I do there? No, I don't want Xfinity. Thank you very much. I already had Xfinity once. Wait, I can't go widescreen on this? Oh, son of a biscuit. Son of a biscuit. All right, let's just rewind it. All right.
Dun, 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 ding, ding,
Mantener a salvo lo que más quieres, eso sí es magia.
The hell?
Xfinity, imagínatelo.
Chucky's a little bit busy, man. Chucky. Come with me, Chucky. Don't resist. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Let your hands go. You're being
Let
detained.
your hands
Stop
go.
resisting. Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene here, sir.
Wow. Wow, man. You are cuffing Chuck E. Cheese.
All right, now we have 1 to 10. We gotta do our job, ma'am.
Oh, no.
It's not my call, ma'am.
Chucky, no! It's not my call, ma'am. Oh, this poor putz. Oh, my God.
Guilty conscience? Cat got your tongue? Just cooperate. Don't run. Just cooperate. Don't you run. Citizens arrest!
Oh, my God. Okay, for anybody that came in late for that, I'll go ahead and replay.
Chucky's a little bit busy, ma'am. Chucky. Come with me, Chucky. Don't resist. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Let your hands go.
Don't resist.
You're being detained. Stop
Don't resist.
Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene here, sir. I got
Oh, man. Just following orders, yeah. Not at liberty to discuss it, ma'am.
All right, for now we have 1 to 10. We gotta do our job, ma'am. It's not my call, ma'am.
It's not my call, ma'am. Man, only in Florida. Only in Florida. So here's my thing about that. It'd be bad enough to have your kid traumatized by watching Chuck E. Cheese getting hauled away for credit card theft. But, I mean, damn. I mean, Chuck E. Cheese. My vivid memory of Chuck E. Cheese is this. That would cause so much childhood trauma. No kidding. But you know what? Chuck E. Cheese in itself is childhood trauma. I will never forget the last time we took Sam to a Chuck E. Cheese party. So we took Sam to a Chuck E. Cheese party. She could not have been more than 10. They could not have been more than 10. And Pip and I were just the first thing that kind of bummed me out about Chuck E. the new and improved Chuck E. Cheese. What really bummed me out about it was when Chuck E. Cheese first arrived on the scene, man, they had the best and the cutting edge. I mean cutting edge video games, coin-operated video games. They had like video games that dealt with holograms, like very rudimentary holograms. They would have Tron and discs of Tron, and they would have driving games you wouldn't see anywhere else. I mean, this was pre-Dave and Buster's. So man, they had the best. They had the best coin-op machines. First thing I noticed when I saw it, I said to Pip, "Yeah, it's all skee ball and these games of chance that are rigged, and that sucks." And I took one. Pip was afraid to touch the pizza, and I dared it. I went on ahead and had one slice of pizza, and I said, "Nope, I'm done. I'm done." But that wasn't the worst part. So we get back home that night, and Sam gets violently ill. Now, good news was she made it to the bathroom, but she gets violently ill. And then Pip gets violently ill. And I'm looking at both of them going, did I dodge a bullet? The next morning, I was the one that was praying to the porcelain god of Ralph. And the three of us, the entire family, we were out of commission for 3 days. And it was worse than any con crud that I've ever brought back. And I mean, we're talking, I've had the Dragon Con crud. No, it wasn't food poisoning. It wasn't food poisoning. We picked up something off of the tables. And it was violent, and it stuck with us. If not for it took us out of commission for 3 days, but I didn't feel normal until the following week. And I remember going to Sam, and I said, Sam, I want to make a fatherly decree. Okay, that's supposed to be a fatherly decree. If someone invites you to a Chuck E. Cheese party in the future, make sure that you not only say no, but we get them a gift, okay? And Sam not only nodded, and remember that they haven't even reached double digits yet. They said to me, Dad, I'm okay with it because I didn't like Chuck E. Cheese. And I just kind of, I just remember breathing a sigh of relief. Hey, welcome back, Panic. I'm glad you got your foods. We talked about the creeping crud that one can pick up from Chuck E. Cheese, so now you can eat in peace. You got nothing to worry about. All right, next up. Now this is a feel-good story. After what happened in Virginia and everything good that happened with our elections, years after Argentina shut a notorious zoo, the stranded animals are finally being rescued. Lujan, Argentina. Lions, tigers, and bears that managed to survive in substandard conditions at a now shuttered zoo in the outskirts of Buenos Aires, Argentina, paced weekly in their claustrophobic cages on Thursday, waiting their turn to receive urgent veterinary care for the first time in years. The 62 big cats and 2 brown bears, Panic, this one's for you, were being evaluated and treated before their eventual transfer to vast wildlife sanctuaries abroad. And we gave these people money. The 62, among the most complex animal rescues undertaken in Argentina after the country's recent arrangement with the International Animal Welfare Organization. Argentine authorities in 2020 shut down the Lujan Zoo, famous for letting visitors handle and pose for pictures with tigers and lions over mounting safety concerns. But the plight of the captive cats there only worsened. For the past 5 years, the animals were sustained by little more than a few loyal zookeepers who, despite having lost their jobs, took it upon themselves to feed and care for the stranded lions and tigers behind. Most didn't make it. When Four Paws, an animal rights charity, first visited the zoo in 2023, caretakers counted 112 lions and tigers, already down from the 136 big cats housed at the zoo at the time of the closure. 2 years on, almost half of the animals have succumbed to illnesses from poor nutrition, wounds from fights with animals they'd never encountered in the wild, infections from lack of medical attention, and organ failure from the stress of living in such cramped conditions. It was really shocking, said the organization's chief program officer, Luciana Diambraro, pointing to a 3 square meter, 10 square foot cage crammed with 7 female lions. Overcrowded is understatement. And next door, 2 Asian tigers shared a tiny cage with 2 African lions, a social composition that would never be found in nature. There's a lot of hostility and fighting. A single lion typically gets 1 hectare, or 2.5 acres, to itself at Four Paws sanctuaries around the world. After striking an agreement with the Argentinian government,
Unleash the fury!
earlier this year, Four Paws took over responsibility for the surviving wild animals in Lujan last month. The memorandum of understanding involved Argentina committing to end the sale and private ownership of exotic felines in the large South American country, where enforcement efforts is often run around 23 provinces that have their own rules and regulations. Although the Vienna-based organization had previously evacuated starving tigers from Syria's civil war, abandoned bears and hyenas from the war-ravaged Iraq city of Mosul, and neglected lion cubs from the besieged Gaza Strip, it had never rescued such a large number of big cats before. Here, the number of animals and the conditions where they are kept makes this a much bigger challenge, said Dr. Emil Khalilo, the veterinarian leading the group's emergency mission. This is one of our biggest missions, not only in Argentina or Latin America, but worldwide. Whew. Still going. On Thursday, veterinarians and experts from the organization were scrambling around the derelict zoo to assess the animals one by one. Most had not been vaccinated, sterilized, or microchipped for identification. The team whisked sedated lions and tigers onto operating tables, dispensing nutrients, antibiotics, and dozens of pain medication via IV drips. The quick checkups frequently transformed into emergency surgeries. One tiger was treated for a bleeding gash in its tail last week, and a lioness for a vaginal tumor on Thursday. Several tigers and lions needed root canals, to repair infected molars that had been broken on the steel cage bars. Others received treatment for claws that had been grown inward from walking too much on unnatural plank flooring in the Spartan enclosures. After evaluating each animal in the coming weeks, Four Paws will arrange for their transfer to more expensive natural homes in the world. Some Argentine zookeepers who spent decades feeding and caring for the big cats said they're happy to see Four Paws improving the conditions. But that was also a sense of nostalgia for how things were. Used to be a very popular place. I've seen people cry because they couldn't touch a lion or feed a tiger with a bottle, said Alberto Diaz, who spent 27 years working with the wildcats at the Leon Zoo, overseeing hands-on experiences that catered to countless tourists. Times changes, laws change, and you have to adapt or get left behind. I mean, that's crazy. That's crazy. All right, Four Paws. I want to check something real quick. I just want to check something. I want to see if Four Paws is in here.
Hold on to your butts.
Yeah, there we go. Hold on to your butts. Explore our community, charities, events. There we go. Charities, events. Four Paws. There they are. Well, chat. Yep. I might have to think about doing a fundraiser. I might have to think about doing a fundraiser. The good news is that, but here's the thing, and this is why I shared this. I didn't share the story to get people upset. I shared the story, everybody, because this is one of those stories where, you know what, it has a happy ending. They're doing their best right now to get these big cats the treatment that they need. And as Panic can attest to that. As Secondhand can attest. I'm a sucker for this. That was how we got Evie and we kept 3 of the 5 cats that she had. Oh, you're doing a birthday fundraiser for No Kid Hungry? Oh, Panic. I'm so very, very, very proud of you. That's very cool. I'm very proud of you. That's very cool. I like that. Yeah, Four Paws. I still would like to do, because I kind of borked it with the fundraiser last year. I'm thinking about doing the Suicide Prevention Month again for the month of December. That'll mark the 1 year anniversary that I intervened with a friend, and they stuck around. But I may have to make some time for Four Paws. I may have to make some time for No Kid Hungry. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on. We got one more story, and then we go into the paranormal analysis. And, oh, wait. Was that the last story? 1, 2, 3. It was only 4. I kind of like this one. So let's wrap up with this one. No. God. Lion on the loose in Ireland was a big dog with a fresh haircut. Is that the pink phoenix I see in my chat? Oh my God, where the hell have you been? I have been, you know, yes, hello. I feel like I should tell you, I have been lurking. I've been really digging the oh my God. I have been lurking in your streams. I have seen that you have transitioned over to a VTuber. I kind of dig the avatar. Miss your face, of course, but I know that you didn't show your face, but miss your face regardless. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Hope things are good. It's been a heck of a year for me, and it is so nice to have you in chat. So nice to have you in chat, Pink Phoenix. Here we go. Police in Ireland investigating a viral video of a lion on the loose in the woods of eastern County Clare discovered that the animal was, in fact, a Newfoundland dog with a fresh haircut. Poor doggo. Poor doggo. It's a loose lion. It's a loose lion, everybody. Life is good. Divorce is done. Ooh. Found a nice guy. Kids are amazing. My oldest has her learner's permit now, and I'm terrified. Yeah, that's only going to get worse. That's only going to get worse, V. That's only going to get worse. And hey, how you doing there? How you doing there, Freddie? When you see the spotting image, you'll see why. Yeah. No, yeah. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. That does have a lion kind of vibe about it. Garadai, I know I'm butchering that. Garadai, stationed in Killaloe, opened an investigation after a video captured by a truck driver showed what appeared to be an African lion wandering in the woods. John O'Reilly, the local forest manager, said the video came after several reported sightings of an unknown animal in the woods. The animal has been seen by harvesters working on the site, but it was from a distance moving through the trees. We assumed it was a deer before the video was captured, O'Reilly told Cork Bio. Gardai said on social media Tuesday that the animal had been found and was identified. Turns out it was just a very committed Newfoundland dog with a fresh haircut, police wrote on social media. Gardai officials wrote the very friendly dog is named Mouse and is delighted with his recent viral video clip. Okay, please tell me this is the viral video clip. Let's see. Can I just watch the damn clip? Really? You're not gonna let me see it on the... Oh my God. It doesn't have to be this hard. It does not have to be this hard. Okay. I can see it though. I can see why... Poor doggo. Poor doggo. Anyway. There it is. Lion, fresh haircut. Lion with a fresh haircut. He's a good doggo. He's a good doggo. He's a good doggo. So, for anyone who is not familiar with what you're watching here tonight, this is, in fact, the Grim Gazette. This is my weekly dose of paranormal analysis, which we're coming up to next, weird news, which you just picked up, and after a brief break, we are going to have a deep dive discussion into something that is happening in the realm of the paranormal. So yeah, my name is T. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. And when I'm not doing what you're seeing here, I am a paranormal investigator. I've been working with a team called Old Spirits Investigation, or OSI. We have a YouTube show, which is called Old Spirits. And we just wrapped up season 4. and we are very, very proud of that. We are very, very proud of season 4. We got a chance to go to places that were on the bucket list, and during season 5, we are going to be covering more places that are on the bucket list. Now, for those of you over on YouTube, you know about Old Spirits Investigations on YouTube because you're watching me on YouTube. So, mazel tov. As far as those of us on Twitch, yes, I do the live investigations here, but we also do the live investigations on YouTube. On YouTube, though, you get the final analyzed footage and stuff like that. But over here on Twitch, we do everything from the Grim Gazette. We also do footage review. And on occasion, I will also play Magic the Gathering with some friends. And then on Saturdays, it'll be some surprise content, mainly VR gaming. But yeah, you get the vibe. You get the vibe. And I have been on Twitch for a number of years. I think I passed my 8th stream anniversary recently. So yeah, it's been 8 years and counting. And the Grim Gazette is not only your weekly dose of weird news, paranormal analysis, and deep dive discussions. There's also a chance for you to ask me any questions about what we do in the paranormal. So yeah, I'm always thrilled to be talking about this stuff. And your youngest daughter asked for a spirit box this Christmas. Well, okay, Fee, let's talk. Pink Phoenix, here are my thoughts. If you haven't looked already, if you haven't been looking already, or if you don't know, how this works. Okay, let me actually chat. Let's go on ahead and let's divert from your regularly scheduled programming. And I don't mind doing this because this is the fun part. No. That's not the fun part. The fun part is shopping for gadgets. Okay. So let's hop over here. Come on. Okay. So, let's take a look at this. I would ask you for recommendations. Okay. So there's a lot of different stuff we got here. And I tell you something else too, Pink Phoenix. If you would like to have a reunion of sorts, I know the perfect place to take your kiddo on a paranormal investigation that is not necessarily spooky, but cozy. So I figured out because of great friends that I have at Twitch, I figured out the 3 levels of a paranormal investigation. Those 3 levels are cozy. A cozy is like a house, but it's got like a nice vibe about it. It gets a little creepy when you turn lights off and things like that, but there's still a coziness about it. At the top of this list for cozy investigations, I would recommend Linville Manor. It is in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, so it's near you. It's nearish to you, I think. It's nearish. But I'm thinking Linville Manor. Another place that I would say would be a cozy is a little deeper into Virginia, a place in Mineral, Virginia called Dunlore Inn. There you go. Yes, and Marv can tell you about the experiences he had there. So you've got Dunlore Inn, but Linville Manor, that would be the place I would suggest. And you can sleep there. And there is a room that the host of the most, a guy by the name of Win Brewer, he says, if you don't want anything messing with you at night or anybody waking you up or anything like that, here's the safe room. And it's basically an amethyst room. And that's a great place. There's so many good places in Maryland, but Linville Manor, you can tell your kiddo, Sam and Colby have been there. Don't get me started, but Sam and Colby have been there. We have been there. Kindred Spirits has been there. So yeah, all great stuff. Okay, we're gonna snooze this because I don't want to interrupt this. All right. Then the second level above that is historic. The historic ones can sometimes get intense depending on where you go, but those are still very much active, right? And there are still some places you can go in the history that are cozy, but you've got the history behind it. I just snoozed the ads secondhand. And I would say Gettysburg, in particular, Jenny Wade House and the Homestead Orphanage. Yeah, those two places, Jenny Wade and Homestead, they're pretty cool and they're very active. But, big comma on that but. The problem is that when you start getting into the trauma, I don't know off the top of my head how old your youngest is, but if they're not ready for that kind of trauma, Farnsworth is Farnsworth in as well. But there's still the whole thing about it being a battle and just bad things happening to people. But that's historical. Then you have the JFC WTF. That's the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum. That's the old hospital on College Hill. I do not recommend the top level to people until they've gotten past historic. But as far as a first-time investigation, I would recommend something cozy. So there's Linville Manor, but if you think that your youngin' is ready for a little bit of history, dark history that it may be, Gettysburg is also a great place. It's a great place. Now, as far as spirit boxes go, this is a great one. I highly recommend this one, Fee. I highly recommend this one. This is from Ghost Stop. This is the S-Box, Ghost Box, and Recorder. What makes this so good is that it works like a regular spirit box. She's 12, still getting comfortable with all the normal spirits around her. Got it. Then I would say let's go cozy. If you're okay with making a road trip, I think Linville Manor would be like fabu. I believe you have my email. If you don't have my email, you can always write to me here. Oh, wait. Nope. That's the wrong one. That just takes you to the YouTube channel. So that's the best email, but if you got my phone number, you can always text me and we can chit-chat there as well. This is the best. I think this is the best because what I like about this particular spirit box is you can record the sessions. So you can listen to the sessions, and if you film the session, you can put the actual session in with the in with the video of you actually being under for if you want to do an ST session or something like that. But that's a great way to review your footage. And that's what I like about this one is that you have the ability to record. Set you back about $90, but you know what? I can vouch for the folks over at Ghost Stop. If anything goes wrong with it, you contact these folks. They are on it. They are on it, and they will take care of you. The one that I would say avoid, because to give you an idea, first off, it's the one I use, and I love this spirit box. However, this one is so complicated to set up, I had to make a separate video for people on this is how you set up this box. And the review, and I have a review of this, but I got so many questions on the review. Hey, is there a video on how to set this thing up? I eventually made a setup for this one. So I would not recommend the SB11. It's cool, but I cannot recommend that for people that are new to it. And then you've got the SB7 and the SB Pro. The SB7 is a straight up spirit box. In fact, it is the spirit box you would see in Phasmophobia. This is the spirit box. The reason why, though, I would say go with the spirit box from Ghost Stop. This one, not the used one. I mean, the used one will still work. It's just been refurbished. If you're on a budget, I would say go with the used one. But what makes... Where is it? I just had it up here. Oh, there it is. But the reason why I like this one so much is because it actually records the sessions. So that's going to be my recommendation to you, the S-Box, Ghost Box, and Recorder. And you can get this at ghoststop.com, and they'll set you up. Now, if anybody goes, are you going to give her the affiliate link? They're not doing the affiliate links anymore. Too many people were abusing them, sadly. Okay, we're about to get into ads, so I'm going to let the ads play, and then I'll wait until we get back. Great. So yeah, chat. These are the kind of questions that if you wanna ask me during, please don't ever be shy about that. Please don't ever be shy about that. I don't mind doing little sidebars, because to me the Grim Gazette is not just wacky news and all that stuff. It's also a chance to have an AMA with a ghost hunter, and I love doing it. I love being able to help people out, because when I started, I was really nervous. I was like, okay, what do I do? Where do I start? And I don't mind saying it. The very first gadget, the very first ghost gadget I ever got was this. It's the Flux 2 response device. Why did I pick this one? The reason I picked this one, I always wanted to get into ghost hunting, but the opportunity just wasn't there for me. Well, now it is. Now it is. But the reason I chose this one, because I went shopping, and I mean, of course, I watched different episodes of Ghost Hunters, but here was the reason I chose Flux 2, is because it did not necessarily rely on EMF, so that was a big bonus there. And that's the thing. That's the thing, Pink Phoenix. Look. If you want to make something happen for your kiddo, provided they get this gadget, I'm like, yeah, sure. Any chance to go to Linville Manor, I'm in. Any chance we get to go to Linville Manor, because it gives you a chance. It's the way I look at Linville is that it is a really good place to just sort of get your feet wet, dip your toe in it, and I love the place, and I love Win. Win is incredible. He's not just a guy that we, go to his house and investigate. He's a friend. He's family. He has family. We got to get him a sweatshirt. I know we got to give him a sweatshirt. But anyway, going back to this. So the Flux 2 response device. I also chose this because I loved a couple things about it. One, it was triggered on two things: temperature and motion. And we would get really, really strong responses from this when we would take it to different places. This was our we nicknamed it Simon because it sounds a lot like an old video game from like a home video game that you would play. Well, not even a video game, but a home like electronic game. But I love the Flux 2. It is truly my favorite of all the gadgets. But of course, you never forget your first. I hope the one that I sold you, Cass, is still working and is working well. But I love my Flux 2. I love my Flux 2, and I mainly got it because it deals more with motion. And I'm going to give you a fair warning here, Pink Phoenix. This is an expensive thing to get into, whether you want to call it a hobby or a side hustle or whatever you want to call it. Some of this gear, I mean, some people have said that Ghost Stop does quote unquote boutique items, and that's not necessarily true. Their stuff is expensive, but the way I look at it is, yeah, it's expensive, but you're not just paying for really good gadgets. You're also paying for you're paying for people that will take care of the devices if they fail, if for some reason they fail. Some I like more than others. I'm still on the fence about the Envoy. I want to keep giving the Envoy a shot. I can't justify an Ovilus. I just cannot justify it. The one that really caught me off guard, and I'm not going to lie, the one that caught me off guard, this guy. This guy, the frickin' Boo Buddy. The frickin' Boo Buddy. I did not expect to like this by any stretch of the imagination. And we used a Boo Buddy when we investigated the Ghost Stop building, and I said, I got to get me one of these. I got to frickin' get me one of these. And it is so frickin' cool. It's also kind of creepy, I'm not going to lie. Especially when you hear it go, woo, that tickles. Because that's its way of saying, yeah, I just picked up an EMF, I'm being touched. But, it is. It's Teddy Ruxpin meets Jason Hawes. It really is. But I love it. I absolutely adore this thing. And I don't mind saying it. When I was sleeping overnight in a place that I was really creeped out about, the Rocking Cradle house here in Lynchburg, I didn't turn him on, but he never left my side. I just held on to Boo Buddy. I was like, get me through the night, Boo Buddy. Get me through the night. Barry. We named our Boo Buddy Barry. Barry the Boo Buddy. Oh, both my daughters collect antique dolls. Oh my God. Why? You're a better parent than that. Stop that right now. But anyway, yeah. There have been a lot of devices that they sell here that are they're very good devices. Oh, the dead bell went up in price. They're probably still selling like hotcakes too. And this one I think is underrated. I think this one is really underrated. Their prices are going up because of the tariffs, I guarantee you. I work for a casket company. You know that I'm that's true. That's true. Oh my God. Anyway, this is a really good one too that I can throw out there for you. It's called the Spirit Candle. I don't know if you've seen it before. I know that Val, Cassie Hobbs, Cass has worked with the Spirit Candle before. I know that she kind of digs it. It's basically it's an EMF reader. Bursts of EMF will either turn it on or turn it off. But what's additionally cool about it is that it doubles as a trigger object. And the Spirit Candle's been pretty reliable in pretty reliable in the field. So yeah, so that's another one. So I would say the Spirit Box, the SB7, as I showed you earlier, Spirit Candle, and then you've got my email, and I think you still have my phone number. If you got my phone number, you're gonna have to text me or give me a buzz, and we will talk. Because I would say if you want to cut your eye teeth somewhere in paranormal investigation, I would say that that Linville would be the place to do it. And wouldn't say no, Val, if you wanted to come along, because you've heard us rave about Linville. You've heard us rave about it. So, we have a lot of options. And if not before the end of this year, there's always 2026. I'm going to hold you to that fee. I'm holding you to that fee. Pink Phoenix, I'm going to hold you to that. You got all these different ways to get in touch with me. Reach out. All right. We are going to be taking a break soon, but the last thing we're going to do before then is we are going to watch some videos from Nuke's Top 5. Now, before anybody, hey T, I just wandered in. I have a witch bell thing. What if I do if it rings? Any idea? So Jekyll, first off, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. I certainly do appreciate it. So I don't know where you got your witch bell from. I'm assuming the witch bell is probably a knockoff of the dead bell. The dead bell was originally created by the folks at Ghost Stop. To my knowledge, no one else had a device like that. Okay. And, No one had a device like the dead bell. And if you're curious as to what the dead bell is, give me a second. I will pull it back up so you can see it. Ooh, excuse me. And Phil just did a review of the dead bell. One, it is a beautiful looking trigger object. Okay? Beautiful trigger object. The witch bell is a protection that is best put on your front door. It's best if you made it yourself. Oh, okay. I did not. Now that I am unaware of. That I was unaware of. So Jekyll, Pink Phoenix knows a little bit more about the witch bell than you do. I'm sorry, knows more about the witch bell than I do. If your witch bell looks like this, it's a knockoff of the dead bell. So what the dead bell is it's just like the spirit candle in that it is a trigger object. The difference is, though, is that when it picks up an EMF spike, it will actually ring the bell. And I would say take a look at Ghost Tube. No, sorry. Take a look at Old Spirits Investigation, Season 4. Have a look at our investigation of the Ghost Stop building. The dead bell was pretty busy that night. The dead bell was pretty busy. So that would be it. Now, if the witch bell rings, maybe Fee will know better than I of what to do. Have all made our own when the negative energy moved out of our house. Yeah. All right. Yeah, see, and here's another thing too, chat. I don't mind talking a little bit about this. When it comes to protections, everybody has their own type of protection. I'm Christian. I'm Christian in my faith. Have been for decades. I do not wear crosses. It's a personal thing. I wish I could explain it to you. As a Christian, I feel weird about wearing a cross. I feel weird about crosses. I mean, they're sacred things to me, so I just don't wear them. But my protection, I've got twofold. One, I carry an EKG of my dad from the day he died, and that is my protection. And I know I'm using it right because Cassie and I have Cassie Hobbs and I have a mutual friend. Their name is Jada Adams. Her name is Jada Adams. And Jada, I was showing her this, and when I handed it to her, she said, "So this is your protection talisman?" I said, "Yeah." And she goes, "That's what I thought. You've charged this right because I got a little shock from it when I touched it." And I take your word for it. Do I make a distinction between crosses and crucifixes? No, I do not. I do not. It's a weird thing I have, Val, when it comes to crosses. I'm sure there's a difference between the two, but oh, hey, how you doing there, Pod Culture? Good to have you in here, Brad. But it's just it's a weird thing I got, you know. But I already have. Well, actually, we have a 3-step protection. First thing is the EKG of my dad. For Pip, she has everybody in the team at the end of the night. We have this brooch that her Aunt Ruth always wore, and Aunt Ruth has always kind of been like our protector, you know. Long story behind Aunt Ruth, but she's always been kind of a protection. So we always, you know, thank Aunt Ruth, and we ask her to close the door behind us. And then the third thing we have, if things get really uptight, we have either Palo Santo, and if we don't use Palo Santo, we use Dragon's Blood incense to just kind of purify things and bring the level down. So far, nothing has followed us home. So far, nothing has been bad, you know. So yeah. I hope that answers your question on protection and things like that. But as far as the difference between a dead bell and a witch bell, from what Pink Phoenix is saying, the witch bell is not necessarily a paranormal investigation tool. It's more of a protection tool. So just something to consider. All right. So the reason I have chosen to pull up Nuke's Top 10 is because I'm starting off the Grim Gazette for its second season. I wanted to kind of go ease. I wanted to ease into things. So I figured the easiest way to kind of get back into paranormal analysis and things like that was from Nuke's Top 5. I am aware that Nuke's Top 5 tends to be. No, it's okay. I'm perfectly good, Pink Fingers. I'm perfectly good. Welcome to the Grim Gazette. Okay, I like to say it is ADHD paranormal content. I'm good with that. So facts. There we go. So yeah, I know that there's some stuff on here that can be notoriously fudged. Now, I was pleasantly surprised in this video. There is a chateau that's being renovated by this lovely British couple for the past 5 years, and they had some paranormal weirdness happen, and was featured on Nuke's Top 5. And I gotta admit, it stumped me. I didn't quite know what to make of it. So I will give him credit for catching me off guard and surprising me in that respect. But I went halfway through this video last week. This week we're going to finish it up. Okay? So when I get into paranormal analysis, I take the music down and we get into it. I like I said, I'm well aware of some of the questionable stuff that Nuke's Top 5 puts up as paranormal evidence. Some of it has even been pretty much short films that people have produced on their own. The idea is that we learn, and this is part of what I want to do with the Grim Gazette. We want to focus on how we look at things and how we can try to rule things out before saying, oh yeah, that's paranormal. Okay? So with that, let's forge ahead. Yeah, thank you, Val. I was hoping for that. Let's forge ahead, and let's see what Nuke's Top 5 has for the latter half of this video.
See things that we can't. In these next clips, we'll look at a few more pets who might just be seeing the other side. First up, Miley Riso says that she's been experiencing some strange things in her home, and she thinks it might be haunted. One night, her cat suddenly starts acting up in the kitchen, like it's seeing something that Miley can't. It goes wild, knocking things over, hissing, and even scratching her. Miley grabs her phone and starts recording as the cat just keeps freaking out, still seeming to sense that there is something dangerous nearby. Miley says that she couldn't see anything, and to this day she still has no idea what set her cat off that night. Next up.
Okay. Buckle up, Cupcake. Here we go. Just today, speaking of cat weirdness, hello, Vi. Yeah. First off, I'm kind of in the camp with pod culture with Brad. Cats are just plain weird, man. Cats are plain weird. At one point tonight, Evie got caught in that top pad of the, you don't see it, but there's a cushion I have on the top part of this tree, and Evie got caught in it. In fact, she got twisted around in it. She is very, very, very sensitive about anybody touching her paws or touching her claws. We cannot trim her claws because of of this very reason, right? And she was caught. I tried to get her free, and she wound up scratching me, and she grazed my skin up here, and caught me here. It is weird, and we're gonna go back a bit. It is weird how this cat is standing now. I had actually cited before this that Dorito has been coming up here like the little criminal that he is, and he has been knocking over random boxes just so he can get my attention. And this could be one of those situations. It could be one of those situations like with cats and cucumbers. Something about the shape and something about the color could be freaking out cats. Because, we all see those videos. And Jackson Galaxy, cat daddy himself, Jackson Galaxy has commented on that. He says, yeah, you think they're funny, but for the cat, it's traumatic. So don't be doing the cucumber thing. And what I mean by the cucumber thing is you see those videos where somebody puts a cucumber behind a cat. They turn around, they see it, and they absolutely freak out. Jackson Galaxy explained that there's something about the color, something about the texture, and something about the shape of cucumbers that freaks cats out. So that's a no-go. I'm looking at what looked like something he wrecked here, and you notice his eyes, where the cat is looking. It's looking at what looks like the appliance he knocked down, and there's also this block of styrofoam. There could be something about that. There could be something about the way the air fryer, like Pink Phoenix just said, some way the fryer is open, the color of it, and how it's laying on the ground. That could be a thing. The other thing is, okay, we know this lady took this freaked out picture of her cat. We know nothing about this cat's past. We have no idea if this cat has been traumatized in some way, shape, or form. We don't have any idea if the cat is a rescue. And that opens up for a lot of mystery. My cat, for example, EVP. Evie was rescued while we were investigating the old hospital on College Hill. We know nothing about her past. We just know that when we found her, she had probably one of the reasons why we can't touch her paws is because she had calluses on her paws from the asphalt. That was first thing. Second thing, she was pregnant. Third thing, for a stray, we opened the door of our Airbnb. She walked right in. When we had her in our bathroom, she rescued herself by finding you guys. Probably. She never left the patio. When we fed her, she hopped up on my lap and was insisting that I pet her. She wasn't acting like a stray. That's my point. So we know she was abandoned, and we knew she was pregnant. We found out later she has FIV. She's still fine. She's having a normal life. In the words again of Jackson Galaxy, more cats have died of the diagnosis than the actual FIV. Apart from that, we know nothing about her past. Absolutely nothing about her past. So that is something that, we just don't know. Now, as far as the way cats react to things that are paranormal, no, not you. Although I don't know if you've done it, I don't know if you've done it, but Hudson would get up on the top level of the cat tree, and there are times where I'll just be petting him, and he'll be purring away, and I'll be rubbing his tummy, doing whatever, and then suddenly he'll just do this, and he's looking past me into the media room, into the main media room. He's looking over my shoulder past me. Something has his attention, and I follow his gaze. There's nothing there. Now, is that proof of the paranormal? No. Is it sus? It's very sus. This, on the other hand, looks like the cat is reacting either to the styrofoam or to the as Pink Phoenix pointed out, the air fryer. Yeah, of course. Of course.
Has no idea what set her cat off that night. Next up, Jacinta Simone says that she and her partner bought an 1800s farmhouse in the countryside just outside of Sydney, Australia.
Oh, that's nice.
But first day they arrived to start moving in, and their dog does this.
What is it? What is it?
The dog immediately seems to lock on to something in the old cottage's master bedroom, and it won't look away. But what exactly is it seeing? Finally.
That's interesting. That is interesting. I'm reminded of Maddie, which was Jason Hawes's dog that they would sometimes bring on to investigations. And Maddie did something like this at a former prison turned distillery, I believe it was.
Dog immediately seems to lock on to something in the old cottage's master bedroom, and it won't look away. But what exactly is it seeing? Finally.
So Maddie was on an investigation with Jason. Was walking down the hallway, and then it just came to a like a stop, like an absolute stop, and it did a little, and it was stock still, and then suddenly it literally skittered backwards. So what it was seeing, I don't know. Mice in the walls, maybe. It's an 1800 house. It depends on how open and vulnerable the house is to the elements and to critters like mice. But do I find that compelling? I would like to have seen more. I would like to see more from it, to be honest with you.
Steve says he lives in a very haunted house and often hears
Yeah. One of the things that I would say, and Val is absolutely right. The thing about these video clips, and it's one of the things that kind of irks me about Nuke's Top 10, is that some of these clips are not even 30 seconds long. And what I think are the more compelling clips are when they're a minute 30, 2 minutes. If there's some breadth to these clips, then we can analyze them. But if it were mice in the walls, I would expect to hear something. Ooh, excuse me. I would expect to hear something. So this is it's an intriguing clip. It's compelling, but it's also very short. And when people say, oh yeah, here's my proof, and it's a 15-second clip, I'm like, well, that's going to be short. It's a bit like too when you see me working with EVPs and things like that. I don't just boost the EVP itself. I try to get a few seconds before and a few seconds after so that your hearing can acclimate to the sound of when you boost something up. That's true. That you're both right in that respect. I personally think there would be some skittering. There would be something I would think I hear. But considering the shortness of this clip, all we can say is that it's compelling. Is it paranormal? I don't think so. In the story that I was talking about with Hudson, that's happened numerous times, but the weird thing is I've never caught it on video. Because I'd like to get a video where I have some lead in before it and some lead out afterwards. Yeah, it's just a personal thing. But have I ever caught it on stream or have I ever caught it for real? No, I haven't. All right, so moving on.
Finally, Steve says he lives in a very haunted house and often hears strange disembodied voices late at night. One evening, he's home alone with his dog when he knows.
Okay, first problem I have with this. First problem. They're outdoors. Outdoor investigation is the hardest thing you can do. There's just too much contamination involved. Stand by, everybody. Attention, attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. Okay. Outdoor investigations are worst. And I know that it will always be a source of contention between me and Phil. Phil thinks it can happen anywhere. And Phil has caught some amazing things outdoors. And we have caught some amazing things outdoors. But the amount of contamination, the amount of problems you have with bugs, with... thank you, Brad. I appreciate the fact that you appreciate my efforts with a little nod to MASH.
I got to say, that's what I appreciate about you.
Thank you. Okay, but let's. And everyone's just gone to break. So because the ads have kicked in, I'm gonna wait until everybody gets back and we're gonna watch this.
That the dog keeps.
Yeah. We're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch that one from the beginning. Okay. But if you want to see an example like of the challenges of doing an outdoor investigation, particularly at night, I would say go back to season 1 and go back to what I believe was one of the stronger, not the strongest, but one of the stronger investigations we did in an outdoor setting. We went to the crash site of TWA Flight 514. During the day, it was nuts. It was bonkers. This was also in August. It was quiet enough that we could, catch plenty of interactions of stuff with our devices and things like that. At night, however, every critter you could think of, crickets, frogs, what have you, they all came out to play. We were in the mountains. What do you want? And we did pick up some stuff, but it was really, really hard to hone in on it and to hear it because we had so much interference from the crickets and from the toads and from the frogs and all this stuff. So I am not a fan. Whenever I see an amateur clip of somebody saying, "Oh yeah, some weird stuff happened," and they're outdoors, I'm like, okay. The only time I think you can pull off a really good investigation outdoors is in the dead of winter. The first problem is, though, it's the dead of winter. Because of the dead of winter, it's gonna be cold. It's gonna be cold. It's gonna be cold, chat. It's gonna be real cold. So yeah, I just throw that out there. I'm still gonna give this clip a go. I'm still gonna watch it. We're still gonna try to analyze it. And again, I thank everybody for their input on this. Again, the Grim Gazette, this whole thing, it's an open Q&A and an open AMA on what we do in paranormal, And feel free to not only ask me questions, but go on ahead and feel free to ask Cassie Hobbs, aka Val, questions, because she is a former member, or probably still is a member, but she is a member. We'll just say she's a member of TAPS. She has not gone out with like the TAPS crew, as in Steve or Dave or Jason, but she is part of the TAPS family. So there's that. You're a country girl. Yeah, exactly. I mean this in the highest compliment. Val is twice the man I'll ever wish to be. I am not an outdoors guy. I really am not. I am when it comes to the outdoors.
Hard no.
I am not that guy. But anyway, okay. So everybody's back. Welcome back, everybody. Let's have a look at this clip here. Oh, okay. Never mind. I stand corrected.
But what exactly is it seeing? Finally,
that's
Steve
on my
says he
that's
lives
on my
in a
bucket
very
list.
haunted house and often hears strange disembodied voices late at night. One evening, he's home alone with his dog when he notices that the dog keeps staring at one particular spot across the room. Steve checks his security cam and hears this. Some unknown female voice says, "Play dead," and then immediately after says, "Come." Steve swears that he was completely alone with the dog that night. He also says that these strange unexplained events are a common occurrence in his haunted home. Sometimes other ghosts speak. And then, sometimes, a ghost might just walk through the wall. Cradle and all. To dog here spot a crone with his dog when he notices that the dog keeps staring at one particular spot across the room. Steve checks his security cam and hears this. Some unknown female voice says, "Play dead," and then immediately after says, "Come." Steve swears that he was completely alone with the dog that night.
So a couple of things. If you were to ask me, this is the toughest part. This is the toughest part about the paranormal. When people bring you stuff and say, this is what I caught, you know, and you have to be critical. So it sounds like that whatever's happening in this guy's house, it's a reoccurring thing. So my question would be, if it's reoccurring, you might want to have a second camera going. That way, and from a different angle. And that way, you can make it harder for people to debunk it. Like a good example, we were at the old hospital on College Hill, right? And we caught from 4 different devices. Pip was saying something. Was talking about something, and I'm trying to remember what the lead up was, but it ended in a question and a voice, a very clear voice that Pip heard. I don't know if the rest of us heard it, but Pip heard it. But this voice came out and said, "No," and it was a weird, high-pitched, odd-sounding voice. And we caught it on 4 different devices. And that's one of the advantages you have when you're investigating. You have at least 4 different devices recording at the time. And it sounded closest to Pip. And she even says, it said no. And the actual voice that spoke that, it was in a weird tone that I don't think I could reproduce, and I know for a fact Phil can't reproduce. And it definitely wasn't Pip, because it would have been in an accent. So all we have is no worries, Val, thanks. I didn't spook her. It's bullshit. I did not spook her, and now, thank you, Walker. Thank you, Walker. Thank you. But what I was saying is that with this particular clip, it's really, really easy to fake it. I'm assuming that's the dude, you know, doing his thing, just spread eagle and on the couch. My first question is, okay, if he's spread out on the couch, if he's watching TV, because I'm assuming that's the TV position he's in, why isn't there anything on the TV? That's the first thing. It's a little sus. Second thing is, it's very easy for somebody to be off camera, as pointed out by Brad. It sounds like it is someone in another room or even in the same room. So this is a problematic. This could be a legit paranormal experience. It could also be a legit fake. So there's that.
He also says that these strange unexplained events are a common occurrence in his haunted home.
Yes.
Sometimes other ghosts speak.
Now, most EVPs sound like this. So there's a possibility this is legit. But I'm going to talk a little bit about this next bit.
And then, sometimes, a ghost might just walk through the wall.
Okay, this is a reoccurring problem when people use their security cameras as ways of capturing the paranormal. The optics of a baby cam and a security cam are not built for detail, particularly this grade. It's, you know, there are people that when they're walking in and out, the optics and the way that the camera records and stores data, it sometimes get into a loop. And this could be somebody that had walked in the kitchen hours ago. So that is also problematic. Also, they're not necessarily walking through a wall because there's obviously a utility room back here, and also this is an open kitchen. So I'm not sure where they're going with this, but knowing the optics of a baby cam and a security cam, you're rarely going to have like top of the line optics like you would see in a camera that we use on location. I would even say the optics of this camera are better than what you would have in a security camera. So this has gone from so all of these clips are kind of problematic, with the exception of that "wow, it's cold in here." That could be a legit EVP because it sounds like it. But yeah,
Cradle and all.
Okay. All right. Speaking of baby cams, we're about to watch one where there's a baby involved. So let's see how this one goes down.
Proud mom Misty Huron says that strange things have been happening in her home while her husband is away working as a commercial truck driver. She first notices something unusual one night when her baby monitor suddenly just starts glitching.
Anybody have one of those VTech baby cameras? It keeps glitching out and it has woken me up so many times tonight. I thought it was just background noise, but the last time I swear I heard music playing.
The next day, Misty is making a milkshake for her son when something very strange happens.
Get everything out, I turn the blender on, I start blending the shake, I'm cleaning up from making lunches and putting stuff away in the pantry. And all of a sudden, literally the loudest sound, I turn around and me and my son are like, what the f***? The blender literally flew across the kitchen. I'll post a picture, but it came unplugged. The motor's on the floor. The jug that holds all the contents is splattered everywhere. There's shake all over my cabinet.
So Misty says her 10-year-old daughter Olivia doesn't sleep in her old room anymore, as it's been turned into the nursery for their new baby. Olivia has a new bedroom upstairs now, but her old bunk bed still sits in the nursery, empty and untouched. One night, Misty is watching the baby monitor when she sees something that sends a chill down her spine.
Oh my God, you guys. Oh my God. So I've been recording the baby monitor anytime the sound or the motion detection goes off so that I can show my husband because he's on the road and I want to.
Again. Oh, honestly, Walker, I still remember when our kids started swearing as well, so don't worry. I'm totally on board with the kids saying WTF, so it's cool. Again, not a lot of people know that baby monitors have the most basic of optics in there. It's gonna have a there's the second kid, Walker, so that's what I'm assuming the milkshake was for. Yeah, I'm still in it. I'm still in this, but I'm anxious to see what the baby monitor yields. Let's take a look.
To send him all this crazy shit that's been going on. Watch this video and tell me what you see. I literally ran up there so fast. There's nothing in her room. I brought her downstairs. The motion and sound detectors are still going on. I'm freaking out right now.
Did you see it? Right above the sleeping baby, something moves in the top bunk. Misty rushes to check, but there's nothing there. She posts the video online, and viewers urge her to show more of the upstairs area where this strange incident occurred. And that's when things take a terrifying turn.
Okay, a lot of y'all were asking about the room situation, so I'm gonna run that through real quick.
Okay, so a couple of things. I'm not keen on parents using their kids for social content like this. This happened last week. It's happening this week. Yeah, I am not a fan of this. So if you have a clip that you would like to submit for this type of paranormal analysis on the Grim Gazette, you're always welcome to come to our Discord. There is a Grim Gazette room. You're more than welcome to drop in links and places there. You know, if it's a TikTok, if it's an Instagram reel, if it's a YouTube short, by all means. As far as what that shadow could be, if the room is dark, that shadow could be a number of things. It could be the kid hiding and the mom is putting her up to it. That's one thing. I don't want to think that. I don't want to wish that, but it is a possibility. But now we're at that point of where we're going through the house, and I don't mind saying it. This overnight trucker, pretty swish house, pretty nice house. I don't mind saying it's a really nice house. But I'm gonna be cool. I'm gonna be cool about it. I don't know if it'll be a birthday balloon, but there's too many variables that could make it the kid, that could make it the other kid. But let's play this out, see where we're going with this.
We moved my daughter from this room into this room. She got new furniture. That's why the bunk bed is still in there. Then we moved the baby from my office, which used to be her bedroom. Now it's my office again.
So the guy's a trucker. He's an overnight like trucker. This is a really nice house for a trucker. Maybe I'm being stereotypical, but this seems like a really okay. You know what? Hold on. Please hold. I'm gonna do something. Average. Whoa. Oh.
Up into.
All right, hold on. I'm trying desperately not to say anything that would be. Can I make a good amount of cheddar? All right, let me just see. Average income of overnight truckers. Yeah. Okay. The AI overview says anywhere from as low as 40 to as high as 70. Top earners up in the 80s. Okay. You know what? I stand corrected. Blue collar could have buddies in the trades help them. Yeah, that's true. Okay. I will rescind that statement. Also, the other thing too is, if they're not in places like expensive states, if they're like in flyover states, or they're like out in the Midwest or further out, I mean, that's a possibility too. So you know what? I'm going to rescind that statement. I'm going to shut the F up, and we're going to get back to this. Okay, here we go.
This room.
That's a lot of space though for 3 people. I'm just saying. Well, 4 people if you count the husband. But okay.
I cannot even breathe walking in this room, so I am truly terrified, but I'm going to walk y'all in here real quick. This is the bunk bed. This is where I took her out of her crib, ran up the bunk bed. There was nothing up there when I came. We have her rocking chair, her changing station, her closet with all of the stuff that we still need to put up. This is where I have everything that was gifted. I know a lot of y'all were saying check stuff that came from a thrift store or that wasn't yours. because it might be causing it.
Okay.
I will show you guys up here.
She's taking precautions. I give her credit for that.
There's nothing suspicious. There's no hair from like a rat or something that could have came in. This is marker. These are still tucked in on the sides, like they're still tight from, you know, if somebody was trying to be underneath the blankets. I don't think that's plausible. So I don't know. I have no idea what could be causing it. I don't know. I have no idea what could be causing it. Oh my God, it's rocking.
Misty screams in terror and calls for her kids as she rushes from the room. She says that they stayed with her parents until her husband returned home. So, what do you think? Is something sinister haunting Misty's home? And if not, then just what?
Hang on. I just want to see.
Causing it. Oh my God, it's rocking.
Misty screams in terror and calls for her kids as she rushes from the room. She says that they stayed with her parents until her husband
Okay. I want to see if she gets a shot of that rocking chair. Hold on. Does she get a shot of the rocking chair when she walks in? All right. She's doing the big build-up. Okay? She's doing the big build-up. Because reasons. Okay.
I cannot even breathe walking in this room. So I am truly terrified, but I'm going to walk y'all in here real quick.
Line on.
This is the bunk bed. This is where I took her out of her crib, ran up the bunk bed. There was nothing up there when I came.
All right, there's the rocker. It looks like a standard rocker. Pretty much a standard rocker. It's not a sliding rocker or anything like that. Just looks like a regular rocking chair. Okay.
And we have her rocking chair, her changing station, her closet with
out.
all of the
out.
stuff that we still need to put up. This is where I have everything that was gifted. I know a lot of y'all were saying check stuff that came from a thrift store that wasn't yours.
That's a
because it might be
thing.
causing
That's
it.
a thing.
I will show you guys up here.
Okay.
There's nothing suspicious. There's no hair from like a rat or something that could have came in. This is marker. These are still tucked in on the sides.
She's being very thorough. I give her credit. She's being very thorough. Let me just check.
Something that could have came in. This is marker. These are still tucked in on the sides, like they're still tight from, you know, if somebody was trying to be underneath the blankets. I don't think that's plausible. So I don't know. I have no idea what could be causing it. Oh my God, it's rocking.
Okay. It's not against the wall. I mean, I can tell that it's it's not necessarily against the wall. From what I saw in the video, I will say this. This is well put together. Because she's being very, very thorough. And
rat or something that could have came in. This is marker. These are still tucked in on. Okay.
So I give it credit because, you know, as she brings the phone around, there's enough space that if the second kid were to run in and push the rocker and then run out, you'd see it here.
On the sides, like they're still tight from, you know, if somebody was trying to be underneath the blankets. I don't think that's plausible. So
okay. So now she's turned her phone this way and she says, I just don't think it's plausible.
I don't know. I have no idea
what could be causing it.
And
now the chair is rocking. In that time, could a second person, could a kid, or could a friend of the mom's or something like that, could they have rehearsed this and made that rocker rock? Yes. That is a possibility. Because you move the camera away, we don't have a line of sight on that thing. We do not have line of sight. Because of that, it is uncertain as to whether or not somebody came in while she had the camera pointed towards the bed, that somebody didn't come in from behind her. And again, I'm approaching this as an investigator, right? And in a situation like this, I would have, again, 2 cameras. I'd have one shooting the entire room, and then I'd have my handheld. And then I'd be doing exactly what she's doing. And what's important is that if you have a wide angle, of the room, and the chair starts rocking of its own accord, and nothing has interfered with it, then you've got something paranormal. There is, why does everyone shoot portrait mode these days? Well, that's another thing, pod culture. Brad, they shoot in portrait because apparently the analytics favor it. And also because some people, as Walker said, don't know to turn their cameras horizontal. The other thing, though, is that she hasn't made mention of anything about the rocker going. So this is either a first-time thing or she's acting like there's a lot of room for doubt here.
Oh my God, it's rocking.
Misty screams in terror and calls for her kids as she rushes from the room. She says that they stayed with her parents until her husband returned home. So, what do you think? Is something sinister haunting Misty's home? And if not, then just what is this? Let me know what you think.
There's another problem I have with this. Her username is Chaos with Misty. That is already a red flag. Because this could be some shtick that she came up with for October. Right? It could be from a photog family. I come from a photog family. Oh, there you go. Okay. So, that's a tricky one. Because of course, being a paranormal investigator, I want to believe it. But here's one thing that you don't hear a lot of people talking about when it comes to paranormal investigations and things like that. I always get very, very skeptical, and probably the best word for it. I get very skeptical when I hear the stories about apparitions. People see the woman in the stairs and things, stuff like that. All these different. Ghost stories are great, but rarely have I ever had a ghost story confirm itself. I think the closest I've ever come to that has been Crescent and the Crescent State Correctional Institute. There were some things that I experienced and some things that Phil and I caught on video. Very hard to explain. And I've shown other people the video clips without any kind of hey, look here and see this and look here, yada, yada, yada. And I've seen people have the same reactions to it. So my question is, okay, well, which is it? Is it paranormal or is my brain filling in the blanks? So I think a little bit of skepticism is there's a great line that Kenny Biddle, who is a well-known skeptic, he says it often: never stop learning. And I agree with him. I 100% agree with him. Never stop learning. And the more you know how someone could fake something is how easy it could be for you to debunk something as well. But there's just so much that we're not seeing here. And the way she was doing the buildup of how terrified she was in the room. So she knew there was some activity happening in this room, but she just had her camera. Now, I am approaching this from a paranormal investigator perspective, not someone who is having something weird happening in their house. That also plays into things. Do I think this is legit? It doesn't help that her username is chaos with Katie or whatever it was. That does not help in any way, shape, or form. So I'm gonna have to say I'm gonna have to pass. I'm gonna have to pass on that. I don't think it's a haunting. I think they could be having some fun at our expense. Okay. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 30 seconds. Ads in 30 seconds. That is all. Now, do keep in mind, I am not going to be, I have not shot every. There is a clip in here that I don't mind going through again, just to show you all. And I'll explain why I gave these people a little more credence than, say, this lady and her thing. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. I'll go back to that clip and basically say this felt a little more legit. Okay, let's get back into it here. Roll them shoulders out. Don't worry, we'll be coming up on a break very soon. Yep.
Door to nowhere.
Okay.
TikTok user Appalachia Decay lives in a 200-year-old farmhouse deep in the woods of the Appalachian Mountains.
Okay, already this girl gets a bonus point. This girl gets a bonus point because she's in the Appalachians. And let me tell you something. Things get weird in the Appalachia.
Of West Virginia. One day, she hears strange noises coming from the basement. Noises that she suspects are probably rats.
You turn every frickin' light on if you're going to go look.
She grabs her phone, starts recording, and heads downstairs. And that's when things take a terrifying turn. Behind one of the basement doors, something seems to move, and the door handle is yanked. But here's the creepy part.
Okay, that's compelling.
That door doesn't actually lead anywhere.
So these are the steps that lead out. I don't know what that is, but if you look, it's been sealed from the inside and the outside.
Appalachia Decay says that she still has no idea what caused the sounds, but for now, she's taking precautions. Scurry.
Okay. I want to watch this again.
These noises coming from the basement. Noises that she...
Oh, shoot. I didn't realize that that the ad break was still happening. Okay. I want to wait. Appalachia Decay. Okay. All right. That's pretty good. I'd bring that mofo up. I hear you, Walker. I hear you.
Hail to the king, baby.
Well played, sir. By the way, everybody, thank you very much for joining me. Really do appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel by being here, by the resubs, and by subbing, and by following, and just hanging out in chat, both over on Twitch and on YouTube. My name is T. You can call me TT Monster or Twitch Dad. You are now in the paranormal analysis, not necessarily debunk, but the paranormal analysis. Sky Little, thank you. Skittle, thank you very much for that follow. Certainly do appreciate it. Okay, so I didn't realize everybody was on ads, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring you back here. This is Appalachia Decay. On my way to buy haunted and cursed objects from local yard sales. Okay, I like this. I like this girl's juju.
Decay lives in a 200-year-old farmhouse deep in the woods of the Appalachian Mountains of West Virginia.
Cool. That's pretty
damn
cool.
One day, she hears strange noises coming from the basement.
All right.
That...
Now, one thing I give this girl credit for. I'm crazy, not stupid. There you go. I will give this girl credit, and I think we should all give her credit for this. She turned on the lights. She didn't just go down to the basement and turn the light and wait and then turn the lights on. She turned all these lights on before she went down there. So I think that's definitely tip of the hat worthy.
She suspects are probably rats. She grabs her phone, starts recording, and heads downstairs. And that's when things take a terrifying turn. behind one of the basement doors, something seems to move, and the door handle is yanked. But here's the creepy
That's giving me goosebumps. I'm just going to come out and say it. That's giving me goosebumps.
part. That door doesn't actually lead anywhere.
So these are the steps that lead out. I don't know what that is, but if you look, it's been sealed from the inside and the outside.
Appalachia Decay says that she still has no idea what caused the sounds, but for now, she's taking precautions. Scurry
videos. Hey, good night there. Good night there, secondhand. Good night. You know what? I'm gonna give that a little bit of a thumbs up. I'm gonna actually make a judgment call and say that might be actually legit. Because of a couple things. One, she was shooting the video for her husband, so she's obviously by herself. And secondhand, if I don't see you tomorrow, you have a happy birthday. Can I get birthdays? Can I get birthdays in chat, please? And she went down there alone, yeah. But you know what? She's she calls herself Appalachia Decay, and she is clearly not suffering fools. So that's one person I don't think I would want to tangle with, even from the supernatural or the paranormal. But I do find it very interesting. The door is sealed from the front and the back. It would take a abnormal gust of wind, particularly if the door is sealed, and it probably would be sealed because it's the basement. You don't want your basement to be flooding. But that's pretty compelling. On top of that, it's a 200-year-old barn in the Appalachia. And let's just be honest, we're talking about Mothman territory, okay? We're talking about Mothman territory. I mean, the Appalachia is just a weird place, man. The Appalachia is a weird place. So I'm leaning towards that being legit. I'm leaning towards that being being paranormal.
Unleash the fury!
So take that how you will. All right, let's see what Scurry Videos is all about.
Videos. So these are videos that are a bit weird, a bit funny, or just very strange or unexplained. First up, Lucas Wegner is a cave explorer from Germany who shares his adventures on TikTok. If you've got even a hint of claustrophobia, his cave explorers are already nightmare fuel.
Yep. It took me to the edge of that area, but I know it's massive, Marv. And there's a lot of history, a lot of dark history in the Appalachia. A lot of dark history in that area, particularly in the West Virginia part of Appalachia. So yeah.
But during one of his explorations, Lucas came across something that made his blood run cold.
Das mit dem Knie auf, weil das halt so. What the fuck? Hallo? Hallo?
Jesus criminy.
Now, you probably thought this was a Logan Paul moment there for a second, but no, this person is very much alive. The body was actually one of Lucas's climbing partners, who was
Jackass.
Now, you probably thought this was a Logan Paul.
All right, back it up.
Hallo?
That's one of the main reasons why I wouldn't want to go spelunking anyway. The chances of finding a dead body have like exponentially increased already. So I'm just saying, yeah, no more cave crawling. Why people do this is beyond me. Exactly. I tell you where I had, that's a big hard no from me. I was watching Dirty Jobs. Dirty Jobs. I'm blanking on the guy's name from Dirty Jobs. I love Dirty Jobs, and I'm blanking on his name. What is it? Mike Rowe. Got it. Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe was doing some spelunking. He got stuck at one point, And Mike Rowe, as you know, is part of the Big Man's Club. Not part of the Big Man's Club, but he's like Josh Gates. He is stocky. He is bulky. And I saw him get stuck, and I saw his face, and he was using every bit of concentration not to panic. And I just said, yeah, that's not happening. That's not happening. I'm not doing that.
Hallo?
Now, you probably thought this was a Logan Paul moment there for a second, but no, this person is very much alive. The body was actually one of Lucas's climbing partners, who was hiding in the dark just to give him a good jump scare.
Jackass.
He gave me one too.
Yeah.
What about you? Next
So
up,
not paranormal.
YouTuber Ali runs a channel dedicated to the popular cartoon character Bendy. In this clip, he's interviewing Lauren Singer, the voice actress behind Alice Angel in the Bendy game series. But Ali catches something on camera that shocks him to his core.
I got the part. I was not expecting that, but I got the part, and I remember being in the session with the character designer and with the voice director, and I told them, I have something to share with you, but I want to wait until we're done the session because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do anything else. Everything okay?
I'm sorry. I just, there's a problem with the background and your face is reflecting the mirror.
Oh, I saw you jump. Yeah.
I got scared so much. Oh. Yeah, because this is a chroma key. Oh my God. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Oh my
That
God.
is hilarious. You need to keep that in the interview. You have to.
So it turns out that Ali's mirror is perfectly reflecting Lauren's face from his monitor.
Okay,
and
that's
projecting
funny.
it over
That's
his
effing
green
funny.
screen background.
That's
so it's
effing funny.
not a hoax, but that is pretty elaborate. In this next clip, two members of the housekeeping staff go to clean a hotel room. What they find absolutely terrifies them. Okay, so the reason this is not a regular entry in the list is that when I researched this, I couldn't find any information about what the hell is happening here. The clip is apparently from Malaysia, but the online stories about the video are all over the place.
Man,
Some people say they saw a ghost in the room, and some people say there was a person in there, and some people even say they walked in on a guy taking a shit, but no one seems to know for sure. So just what do you think sent these two a running? Especially this hero right here. Let me know down in the comments.
He was out. He was like, nope, not paid enough to deal with that.
Anyway, that's all for this time, and thanks for watching.
So let me back up a bit. And let me show you this clip. And this is probably why I will not always dismiss what Nuke's Top 5 throws out. I would say 99.9% of the, hey, how you doing there, Cass? 99.9% of the stuff that Nuke's Top 5 throws out there is crap. Then you get this. Then you get this one. And this clip has got me scratching my head, and I need to follow up with these folks because I think my comment, I'll explain about the comment a little later. But anyway, so watch this clip.
Shadows in the
This
chateau.
is probably one of the coolest things I've
Ted
ever
and
seen.
Lisa Rogers have spent the last 5 years restoring a 14th century French chateau in Limousin, France.
14th century chateau.
It's a massive project that they've been documenting over on their YouTube channel, Chateau de Montmonier. Now, to be very clear, their YouTube channel isn't about ghosts or the paranormal. It's all about renovations and daily life in the French countryside.
And it's a very cool channel.
But one night, things take a very strange turn. Lisa becomes convinced that there's a mouse running around in the chateau's old boot room, but Ted insists that he hasn't seen any signs of a mouse. So, to settle the debate, Lisa sets up a camera to record the room overnight, hoping to catch the mouse on tape.
We didn't catch the mouse. There was no mouse last night. However, there is something else we did catch.
She is delightful. She is freaking delightful.
I'm going to go and get Ted to come and watch the footage.
What are we looking at?
Right, so let me start playing. So this is from last night.
14th century chateau that they're restoring.
Set the camera up so you can see the hole in the corner. Can you see it? Hope you can see it. Anyway, I'm off to bed. It's very late. So we'll see whether we catch this mouse out in the morning, and then Ted will have to believe me that there is something running above their bedroom. I'll see you all in the morning. Good night.
Instead of filming a mouse, Lisa's camera ends up catching something very different.
Now you heard me put the latch on the door there.
Right.
Yeah?
So she latches the door shut.
Okay, so the sensor light's gone out.
Right. Sensor light's
So
out.
I'm going to forward this bit because it's about 2 hours. Well, it is 2 hours 27 minutes into filming last.
And the groaning that you're hearing, that's they got two big dogs. So one of the big dogs I think is snoring a bit.
Now we went to bed about midnight,
Yeah.
so this would be about 2:30. This happens.
Wait for it.
Now you heard the latch go off the door.
Yeah.
And that's the light coming on.
Not done.
The motion sensor light.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, what?
Yeah.
There's shadow there.
Yeah.
It's, I can see a shadow moving across it.
Yeah. Keep watching.
Oh my god. What? That's got to be an animal or something, isn't it?
That was a big shadow for an animal.
How? You can't.
How can an animal get up
You
so...
You can't have put the latch on properly.
I put the latch on because you heard the latch go on.
Yeah.
And you heard the latch come off.
Now, part of what I really believe gives this credibility is how they're talking about it. You can't improv this stuff. You just can't. And looking at your reaction, Val, this is pretty legit because we use motion sensor lights. Walker has seen us use motion sensor light on various different projects, various different investigations. The fact you hear the door being latched shut and the door opens, and then the light comes on after the door opens, and then that shadow, pretty hard to dismiss.
I didn't actually hear the latch come
so
off.
props to
but, you
Nukes
know,
5 for getting this to my attention. See, there's the latch on the door. The motion
You hear
light.
the latch?
Right, yeah.
The door open. Now to push that door open, that's the heavy door, you've got to push it inwards. So somebody's got to be standing there to be able to open that door.
Yeah.
And there's nobody standing there.
And I've never known that door swing open on its own.
No. And the other thing is, the camera is up on a tripod. So to move it in a tilt, like it's tilted
moved,
up, something has moved. It hasn't moved the tripod because the tripod would fall over. It's had to move the camera.
Oh, that's... I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's the shadow that got me than anything. The shadow walk... I don't get it.
That's weird, isn't it?
I don't
That
get
is
it.
just
I don't get
bonkers.
it.
The door.
And what I like about it is the way they talk about it, and this is something that Walker and Marv and Val, we can all attest. We're not doing Project Fear. We're not doing Sam and Kobe. We go, whoa! We're chuckling about it. We're going, this doesn't make any sense, you know? This is legit reactions to stuff we can't explain. So I'm definitely giving this clip
Door to the room
high
unlatches
marks.
and opens. A motion-sensing light turns on, and a creepy, unexplained shadow seems to glide across the room and actually move the camera. Lisa says that despite the eerie incident, there's nothing to worry about, and the Chateau de Montmonier is still open for guests.
We have lived here for 5 years and never had any ill feeling whatsoever.
No, I can't
But
say that there is.
that is pretty bonkers, so I never caught a mouse.
I love these two.
You might have called something else.
Now, as for Ted, he's not sure what to think about all of this.
I don't know whether I believe or not believe. I don't disbelieve, let's put it that way.
Sounds like you,
but
Marv.
It's just kind of freaky, isn't it?
It is a bit freaky.
That's
It's just weird.
Yeah.
The figure.
I love that. I freaking love that clip. So yeah. I was just saying, Marv. It's like it sounds like you. I don't disbelieve, but what is that? You know, he's trying to explain it away. It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit weird, isn't it? I'm not daft, right? I mean, come on. I'm not being a bellend, not being a wanker. I mean, you saw the shadow, the motion sense. Sharon! Sorry. Brought in my inner Aussie. Okay. So that, everybody, is going to wrap up our paranormal analysis footage. You're trying to pull my plonk. Exactly. I love you, Marv. So I'm going to go on ahead, and I'm going to rehydrate. When we get back, I've got a doozy of a deep dive to talk about with everybody. But yeah, we've done the weird news. We've done a little side conversation. We've done a little paranormal analysis. Now we're going to get to the deep dive discussion. And this is a topic that was actually covered in some ways and inspired by true events. So with that in mind, we're going to go ahead and we're going to take a break. And when we get back, more from the Grim Gazette. All right? I'll see you in a few. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps because I am at drill and he is not here. Heading over there.
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him?
Woo! Let's go, baby.
This is what the taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's two. 10 seconds left. Bury another.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me all
I've
your
got
hype
super.
emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've got super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first invader kill.
Check, we get some hype in chat, baby. I got another one.
There we go.
Let's go. I don't care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this, baby!
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
Hit it,
let's
baby.
go out on a
Hit it
win,
with everything
folks.
you got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
Let's
we did
go!
it, baby!
Let's go! How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I
Well,
took
no,
out like
it'll
maybe
say in your
2 or
stats.
3.
It'll say in your stats.
It'll say my
in your-
stats.
it'll say
Okay,
in your
let's see.
stats.
Let's
Hang
see,
on.
chat.
Here we go,
Come
chat.
on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was
I got
1 away from
3.
us. Army at 1. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? To be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T, they call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. 10 years. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
There's that. All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person, whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very, wow, hang on. It's a very rushed, it sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around.
It's not quiet on this side with the REM pod.
Oh no, I can. We can all hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something. I'm try.
Okay, so Steve says I'm going to try something. I'll hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something. I'm try. Sitting down.
Oh God! I actually saw it move.
I've got some. I'm going to do that right over here. And then I'm going to drop that in and go shadow. Please make my shadows black so it pops a little harder. 100% opacity. 7 on the edge. Actually, let's tighten that up a bit. 5 pixels. There you go. Boom.
Try sitting down.
Oh God! I actually saw it move.
Really?
I saw it move.
I have never seen Sebastian with that look on his face. Are you? No, it's not that, Scott. It's not that. It's are you seeing this? Chat, I want you to look into my eyes. I want you to look in my eyes, chat. Sebastian, the beautiful. I want you to look into my eyes. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is the face of someone who was on his last fuck. This is someone who is on his last fuck. It's happening, chat. What's happening? And here I was worried that I didn't have anything to do on the stream, and I think I've got it now. It's basically Gamer Cat Cam. He's turned back into his teen years. I know, right? Benedict, are you okay? Slow blinks. I got this. I got this, Dad. Do you? Do you? Do you, Gamer Cat? Do you have this?
Sometimes they're just so tired because they haven't had anything to eat that they'll just put their heads down and go to sleep.
I never really even consider students going hungry. A lot of times they don't want to tell you because they're embarrassed.
When our school district started offering meals regardless of income, kids feel just as valuable as the child next to them.
No Kid Hungry helps schools get the supplies they need to feed kids.
Food is the most important school supply.
Boss is down. Boss is down. Boss is down.
Nice, nice. Oh, God.
Darkness envelops you. No lives left. No lives left. That's it.
I think we did it then.
Steve, you just completed your first legendary lost sector. Can I get some hype in chat? Can I get some hype in chat? Can I get some hype in chat for Steve Saylor, who just completed his first legendary lost sector? Now you got to do a solo. Keymaster bottoms. Okay, standard bottoms. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. I'm ready. Now, if I remember correctly, I think my tartan is yellow. I think the Morris tartan is yellow. think so. Clean up on all 7. Jeez.
That's okay. It's okay. It's totally fine. Because here's the thing about the series that I like is that you don't have to know anything about the movies or the books to be able to get into the show, because it is set thousands of years before any of the books or movies anyway. So it's been really great to just obviously be able to kind of just sit down and watch it and just enjoy it for the lore for what it is. My favorite episode so far actually has been, now actually the pilot was really good, but I actually really enjoyed episode 6, which was the especially the ending there with the creation of a certain volcano that I'm really excited to be able to see more of, and seeing how that kind of develops. Don't tell me, because you've seen episode 7. Anyway. But T, what's been your favorite episode?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. The one in Casa Doom where Durin says to... Oh, you haven't seen that one yet? You haven't? Dude, why are you here?
No, stop it!
I get it. No.
Safe space.
F that. Dude, why are you here? You should be back in your room watching Lord of the Rings of Power right now. So the thing I liked about... First off, when it comes to on-screen bromances, we thought we had the ultimate in the original trilogy, but let's be honest, there's never been a better bromance on television than Elrod and Durin. I mean, when Durin says, what was that?
They were behind
us. So yeah, I mean, when he said. I stand by that. I do stand by that. I honestly think
in the frame. At Mayaka River State Park in Sarasota, Florida.
That's enough. I stand by that. I really do believe that there's never been a better bromance than Durin and Elrod. So much that stuff is so much fun to watch. It really is. All right, I'm gonna try. See if I can get. Yeah, they're not gonna let me play it. Oh. Okay. The only place that apparently I cannot. I'm not getting charged for this. Is a I know the story is legit. So we'll just go ahead and we'll stay with that. So anyway, hi everybody, welcome back. Hope you got a chance to stretch your hammies, got a chance to grab a bite to eat like I did, or just give yourself a break. I hope you got yourself a little bit of a break. My name is T. Call myself T Monster or Twitch Dad. For those of you watching on YouTube, thank you very much for hanging out. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, again, thank you very much for hanging out. And so this is the part of the Grim Gazette where I do a deep dive. We talk about something that is impacting the paranormal sphere. It could be something in the news. Yesterday, for example, or rather last week, for example, I talked at length about Jason Hawes making a play for the original Conjuring house, and Sam and Colby basically saying we're not interested in buying the Conjuring house. And I talked about how you might say, oh, that was a really generous thing for them to do, and I'm like, no, that was probably very carefully discussed and scripted, because the last person I think you would want to have as an enemy or someone to have against you out in the real world is Jason Hawes. A lot of people say that Zach Baggins is the big kahuna of the paranormal. And I would argue that it's actually Jason Hawes. When you talk about people that are paranormal individuals that people respect, I would say that's Jason Hawes. But this week, And the funny thing about this week's story and this week's deep dive, twofold. One, this really broke during my during last week. It broke during my birthday. And right, exactly, Val. And what I was going to say is that this actually started gaining traction in the month of October, but kind of hit the headlines around my birthday. Secondly, it actually ties back to something called that I actually cover in Inspired by True Events. I'm not wringing my hands, by the way, like someone from Macbeth. I'm feeling a little cold in my fingers. There you go. So yeah, this is actually something straight from Inspired by True Events, and now you see why we call it Inspired by True Events. Here's the topic. Here's the topic, everybody, for tonight's deep dive discussion. Massive data center project planned at former Penhurst State Hospital. Yeah.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
There we go. So here we go. Oh, and the irony, the article, the photograph they used for it, AI generated. AI generated. It sounds like the setup of a tech-themed ghost story. Been there, done that. A massive data center rising where a historic state institution once stood, but this scenario is very real. In East Vincent Township, Pennsylvania, a developer has proposed converting the former Penhurst State School and Hospital campus, a site remembered for its difficult history in mental care, into a sprawling data center facility. Local residents who once associated the property with its haunting past may soon see rows of servers instead if the project moves forward. The proposed project would transform Penhurst's 125-acre property into a large-scale data center campus. Plans submitted to the township outline 5 two-story data center buildings totaling about 1.3 million square feet, along with an industrial support building and a new 5-acre electrical substation. Penhurst Holdings LLC, which has owned the property since 2008, intends to sell the land to a data center developer. The timeline, redevelopment talks about around Penhurst gained traction last month as rising demand for cloud and AI infrastructure fueled interest in new data center sites. Anticipating such proposals, township officials introduced an ordinance to regulate future developments, adding limits on height buffers and environmental impacts like light, noise, and resource use. On September 11th, Penhurst owners submitted a formal site plan under existing zoning rules. I'm going to really emphasize that. Under existing zoning rules. The proposal is now under township review as a conditional use, requiring public hearings and a board approval before construction can begin. As of October 27th, both the ordinance and the data center plan remain under consideration. Penhurst isn't just any empty tract. It's a place with a complicated history, both historical and emotional. Opened in 1908 as an institution for people with disabilities. Penhurst State School and Hospital was shuttered in '87 after courts found civil rights violations against its residents. In the decade since, the abandoned campus gained notoriety as a paranormal hotspot and even operated as the Penhurst Asylum attraction. An online petition created by local resident Megan Heiken urges officials to seek alternatives that preserve the Penhurst property, honor its history, and protect the environment and quality of life. The petition has gained over 10,000 signatures as of October 27th. For now, the fate of Penhurst Data Center remains uncertain. In months ahead, public hearings and township decisions will determine whether the storied site transitions from a symbol of the past to a cornerstone of the region's digital future. Okay. Do you want Ghost in the Machine? Because that's how you get Ghost in the Machine. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah. Right. I have a lot of thoughts about this, and I'm going to go on ahead and share them with you, and probably give you a very unpopular hot take on this. So here's the thing. I wish I could say, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that the people at Pennhurst Holdings, Pennhurst Asylum, or Pennhurst Holdings LLC, care about the property. They don't. They do not care one shit for that property. And here's where I'm coming from. So I have been a patron of Pennhurst for the past 3 years. I went to the Pennhurst Paracon, and it was one of the most intense experiences I have had about the place. And yeah. In the first year, I was absolutely shook by the whole place. Second year, I was uneasy about the place. Third year, I was angry. I was angry about the place. And this is why I feel like it is that this is if it goes through Pennhurst Holdings LLC, they're going to walk away with a chunk of cash. They do not give two shits about the property. They don't give two shits about the history. And here's where I'm coming from with that. There were two factions in the not the last visit we had, but in the second visit we had at Pennhurst. There was a faction that was referring to Pennhurst as the Pennhurst School. And they kept referring it to the Pennhurst School. They said, we want to get rid of the stigma of the Pennhurst Asylum. Everybody thinks that Pennhurst was this horrible place, and it was at the end, but it started off as a school. They wanted to give people who had learning disabilities, who were slower, who were trying to make it on their own, but they physically or emotionally couldn't. They're trying to give them options. And there were some people that were passionate about this. And they were trying to rebrand Pennhurst as the Pennhurst School. The problem was that every time you did a search for the Pennhurst School, if you typed in Pennhurst School, it would take you back to the Pennhurst Asylum. Even the Wikipedia article kept referring it to the Pennhurst Asylum. So somebody with authority was making sure that you never lost that branding of Pennhurst Asylum. Where I started to get angry with Pennhurst was this last Pennhurst Paracon. So I went to the Pennhurst Paracon, and I was amazed at how many of the buildings had closed. There were a lot of buildings that were available to us in the previous years, and they were no longer available. There were certain buildings that were absolutely closed off, and there were a couple that were just being straight up demolished. My problem with it was this, and I don't know if because I know Cass, I know that that Val went here as well, went to the Pennhurst Paracon around the time that we did. Yeah. Don't know if you noticed this, but one thing that Pennhurst did have that they did not have in previous years was a massive, and I am not exaggerating, a massive gift shop. This was a gift shop that was, it had everything. I mean, everything from magnets to t-shirts to hoodies to you name it, they had it. It was massive. It was not only massive, it was well lit. It was not only well lit, it was well stocked. And I had my picture taken in this massive gift shop. I had my picture taken in this massive gift shop with this giant ass dragon that they had designed and constructed for the gift shop as well. And I turned at one point to Pip and I said, was there anything you wanted to get? And I've never seen Pip react so viscerally to this kind of question. And she said no. And I normally what I do when I go to places and I investigate, or if there's a place that I really want to go, I either will get a sticker for one of my cases, or I will get a magnet for our fridge. If they had it, I don't think Pip would have let me buy it. The fact that they had closed down several buildings, but they had this massive gift shop for Pennhurst, I kept thinking to myself, where's the money going? Because it wasn't just Pennhurst, the Pennhurst Paracon. There's Pennhurst Paracon. There's they do a Valentine's Day haunted house. They do a Halloween haunted house. From what I understand, it is one of the most popular haunted houses on the East Coast. Ranked right up there with Eastern State Penn. There's a lot of stuff that there are a lot of people, and going to investigate at Pennhurst is not cheap. And to give you an idea of how much money is crossing hands at the Pennhurst Paracon alone, when they started, Jason Hawes was the big draw. And their guest list included Jason Hawes. It included Jack Osborne. It included Kindred Spirits. It included Project Fear. And it also included the Ghost Brothers. This past year, with the exception of Jack Osborne, every one of them came back. They also got Katrina Weidman to come in. But the big kahuna was, in fact, Josh Gates. Josh Gates was the headliner. And Nick Groff. Nick Groff and Tessa Groff, they were both there as well. I mean, they were getting A-listers from the paranormal. They had some B-listers there as well, Kelsey Davies and a couple others. But I mean, but they got Josh Gates to roll up and sign some books and do some stuff. And it was crowded, and it was not cheap. And I went on the RIP pass. And even with these new buildings they had opened up specifically that they were giving exclusivity to the RIPs, which is they have your standard fare, the VIPs, and the RIPs. And the thing is, we went with the RIP because we were under the impression that because in previous packages, the RIPs got a meet and greet with some of the big line with the headliners. And even some they even got a chance to do some ghost hunting on the side with some of the headliners. This year they didn't do that. And the special RIP event was shared with the VIPs. It was an exclusive dinner, and it wound up being the some of the A-list headliners basically rehashing the panel they had done that day. So, and it was a buffet style dinner. And it wasn't all that great. But money is coming into this place. And yet, every year, a new area was shut down. Every freaking year. And where I get really upset with Pennhurst Holdings LLC is, unlike Wildwood, unlike Trans-Allegheny, every dime that they make goes into the restoration of these places. And they're turning Trans-Allegheny into a museum. They're turning it into a museum with a dedication to mental health. The fact that they have, at Pennhurst, conflicting groups there, one people saying, no, it's not Pennhurst Asylum, it's the Pennhurst School. But the people that are calling the shots and making major decisions for that property, they're calling it Pennhurst Asylum. I am not. I wish I could say they're going to put up a fight for this, but it's not. It's not going to happen. These folks are going to, if they get their way, these folks are going to get that data center, and they're going to rip it all down. We did the VIP passes. My niece was not impressed with the con part. They were very impressed with the buildings that we could go in. Yeah. But I'm here to tell you there were more buildings in those earlier years. Now, I don't know if the Pennhurst Paracon was on their first year when I went there the first time, but they definitely got better organized the following year. It was a train wreck that first year. Absolute train wreck. But
That's what she said.
bless you. But I do feel like that that the people that run Pennhurst, the people that own the land and are taking care of the buildings, they could not give two shits. If they have, and that's the thing, it's $1,200 for up to 10 people to investigate Pennhurst at night. That's my point. It is also roughly $1,200, if I remember correctly. It's like $1,200 for Trans-Allegheny. The difference is that $1,200 goes into everybody that works there works on a volunteer basis, and all the money goes into the restoration of the place. And the first floor is practically done. The second floor, parts of it are done, and it's absolutely breathtaking, absolutely beautiful. And the way they're making it into this museum about the development of mental health and people that were thinking way ahead. Okay, well then, yeah. But that $1,500 then goes to the restoration of the building. And it's beautiful. It is beautiful how they've recreated it. The staff there, I should say the staff / volunteers, people who work there, during the day they're all in costumes. They all look like nurses from that time period when Trans-Allegheny first opened their doors. It should be happening in Pennhurst, and it isn't. Exactly, Val. So the idea. So I really do believe what's going to happen is that Pennhurst, the people who are holding, hello nurse, exactly, the people who are holding the deed on Pennhurst, they're going to milk that golden calf for everything it is worth. And that is why I believe you're seeing fewer and fewer buildings every time you go back. I didn't want to support this anymore. After year 3, when we were driving back, I said to Pip, I think I'm done with Pennhurst. I'm done with Pennhurst. And she went, the Paracon. I said, no, Pennhurst. The gift shop alone bothered the hell out of me. Because I'm like, how many buildings you could have at least saved one of the buildings that you were letting to. One of the buildings that's going to pot is the medical building. And that is one of the more modern buildings that could have been saved. There was some activity in there, and there was a serious heavy creep factor. The medical building, for anybody who has been to Pennhurst before, that's the building that you walk by where a lot of people are parked during the day, and it's this brick building. And look at that, Zach. You made it for. I'll bring you up to speed, Zach, because we're coming up on an ad break, so that's fine. I'll bring you up to speed, Zach, as soon as the ad break kicks in. How are you, dude? I'm going to be taking care of that request you gave me, by the way. I'm not going to let you down. I am going to make a legit comment on there. You're actually making me want to try fishing, which is really scary because the last time I tried fishing, I think I nearly hurt myself with a hook. So I'm just going to give that up for you.
T. Morris is proud of me.
Doug would not have been proud of me in that respect. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 10 seconds. Ads in 10 seconds. That is all. Remember, folks, you over on YouTube, you're not going to get ads. This is just a way that that folks try to keep the lights on over on Twitch. Do it! Yep. Only with you. Only with you, Zach. Only with you. By the way, everybody, please do me a favor over on Twitch as well as on Old Spirits. Please give Zach Finds Fish a do sub to his channel over on YouTube. Zach Finds Fish. I did not think that I could be as entertained as I am, and watching Zach try out these really oddball, absolute cockamamie. I love that word too, cockamamie baits. I think is great. Coward, I'd take you fishing. I love you too, Val. So Zach, I will go on ahead and I will give you the summary, the TLDR. There is the people that are currently the landowners of the Pennhurst Asylum or Pennhurst School, whichever faction you're in, but the Pennhurst Asylum in Pennsylvania. They are talking to a group of data center people, and they are thinking about it's currently in consideration. They're going to bulldoze Pennhurst Asylum, and they're going to put a data center on it. And I'm basically talking about how every time I've gone to the Pennhurst Paracon 3 years in a row, I watched more and more buildings get shut down because no one's taking care of the buildings. But they have apparently had enough money to make a massive gift shop. And I don't mind saying it. It reminds me a little bit of the way sometimes the higher ups at Twitch we're being approached by partners going, look, we need this, we need this, we need this, and they come out with something that's completely different or not even mentioned. It's this deaf awareness of, yeah, I know you all need this, but we want to do this instead. And that's kind of what's happening at Pennhurst right now. I think it's a lack of direction. First off, the folks behind the Pennhurst Asylum, if they really wanted to develop, if the money for this massive gift shop had instead gone to the museum that they're trying to turn that one administration building into, I think I'd be okay with it. But they're not doing that. And it would not surprise me at all if it would not surprise me at all if they get their way. And what's really scary is no one seems to be taking a lesson from Northern Virginia. I found out just recently that the Northern Virginia area that I lived in, the area of Manassas, there was this garden center that was out there. It had acres on acres on acres of space. They also they would sell Christmas trees. They had, everything from from stuff for building a garden to, fertilizer, everything, the whole 9 yards. And they had a little cafe in there, and they, my mom and dad loved the place. This is Merrifield Gardens. It had been out there in Manassas for well over 2.5 decades. I mean, this was a staple. This was an institution well over 2 decades. And we just found out that the owners of Merrifield are saying, yeah, this is our last year. We're shutting it down. And there's a data center that's going to be plopped right in here. And Manassas is going to be maybe a slightly tighter, a tighter place to put data centers. But data centers have been popping up everywhere in Northern Virginia. And it's gotten out of control. It has gotten way out of control. But what makes this particular data center horrific is not necessarily Pennhurst itself. 125 acres is a lot of land to play with. But here's the real scary part, chat. to get to Pennhurst, and literally the houses butt up to Pennhurst, there are homes. There are residential homes all around Pennhurst. There are homes that literally could look out over Pennhurst. And they can talk all they like about taking down the noise of different data centers. These are some noisy places, data centers. And it makes it way harder to sell houses that are within sight of a data center. And considering how big of a complex they're offering up, it's going to be nuts. It's going to have a lot of impact on the area. Considering the townsfolk freaked out over the traffic from Paracon, they'll need to pour heavy money into the town infrastructure. Not necessarily, because this is why whenever you hear people talk about, and I'm sure you know this, Val, and I'm sure you do too, Zach, but whenever you have people that say, oh, data centers are great because they bring in a lot of jobs. At the most, they bring maybe 20. I remember one of the bigger data centers from Northern Virginia. This thing was huge. And I remember they had 4 shifts. My boss was telling me they had 4 shifts, and it was 5 guys. And they would they were mole people. You would go into these buildings, and your job is to basically sit there and watch these servers and just make sure they don't go offline. And the amount of resources to power said data centers, particularly the ones that are dealing with artificial intelligence, or let's be more close to it, Gen AI and learning machine models. They consume a lot of. There are stories coming in about places where the water table has been affected, and again, this is with houses within reach of these places. That would be the only thing that would stop it. But that doesn't change the fact that there is a problem at Pennhurst. There's a lot of money coming in, but nobody knows where it's going. And quite honestly, or at least nobody's talking about where it's going. That's the bigger thing. Nobody knows where. Nobody is talking about where the money is going at Pennhurst. And I honestly can't blame if the owner has no desire whatsoever to maintain any of these buildings based on the amount of buildings that have been inaccessible or have been closed since that first Paracon I went to. My thought is, well, if you don't have any desire to maintain or improve these buildings, wouldn't it be easier, instead of dealing with people, instead of dealing with these A-listers that you're getting and B-listers that you're getting from all over the country, take a flat payment, because 125 acres is a lot of land, a lot of real estate, and the data center, the creators of the data centers, they got the money. Data is the new oil. We all know this. Data is the new oil, according to Wired magazine. Take a flat paycheck, probably 8 figures, maybe. I mean, we're talking, that could be an easily cool 150 mil. He could basically get that paycheck and then walk away. Now, as far as what is remaining at Pennhurst, because no shit, there is something there. There is something at Pennhurst. The thing was, I didn't feel it as much in the third. I honestly felt like I couldn't. I was when I was walking around Pennhurst during those first 2 Paracons, I felt like 1,000 eyes were on me, and I was distracted the whole weekend, both times, because I just did not feel comfortable. Knowing the history, knowing what's there, and even some of the stuff that we've caught casually when we were doing stuff there, me and Phil. I really wanted to go back at night. I don't want to give these people. I don't want to give these people any more of my money. Oh, look at that! Pink Phoenix coming in with a raid. How about that? Thank you so much. got my email. Got my email. Got my phone number. You know where I'm at. You know where I'm at. Long story short, Fee. This is the deep dive discussion, and we're talking about Pennhurst, the Pennhurst Asylum being sold off so they can put a data center there. As far as the story that's Inspired by True Events that Walker has talked about, which is the story called Ghost in the Machine, where I talked about the battlefield, the data center that was built on top of a battlefield. Yeah. Sadly, that's already happened. But the data center in that story, it was Civil War ghosts that were mounting up against our hero. When something like this happened, the amount of traumatic energy that is going to be let loose in the world. If it got into a data center there, it would be. Let's just say the Gen AI that would be coming out of there would be pretty twisted. I'm not gonna lie, it'd be pretty twisted. You and Phil both still owe me a rock me gently to sleep. We did get one cool thing at the Paracon, and it was because I couldn't get into the basement without my walker. One of the guards let us into an unused floor, and we got some alone time. That was the only place we really felt anything. Yeah. There were plenty of pockets that were like that, and in between certain events, yeah, you could get some alone time. The amount of foot traffic wasn't bothering me. It wasn't anything like that. But again, it came back to, well, this building was open last year. What happened? Oh, well, the roof caved in, so now we can't go to here. But the year before, the roof was fine. But for some reason, they couldn't repair the damn roof. They couldn't maintain. That's the difference between Pennhurst versus a place like Wildwood or a place like Trans-Allegheny. And it's frustrating. It's absolutely frustrating. So the question is, do I think this is going to go through? Yes. I don't think the guy who owns Pennhurst gives a shit. He really doesn't. He doesn't act like it. He's looking to milk this cow for everything it's worth. That was evident in the size of the frickin' gift shop that he opened and how more and more of Pennhurst is closing down. I have heard that. I have heard mixed things about Waverly. I have heard that Waverly, the guy is is milking that golden calf. I've heard other people say, "Oh no, he's trying to take care of it." And I understand you want to keep it creepy, but at the very least, you got to make sure that it's watertight. You got to make sure that roof is solid. So I'm not sure what the status of Waverly is. I'm hoping it'll still be up for another year or two because it's going to probably take a year or two for me and Phil to get out there. But the only thing that really could stop this are the people that live in and around that live in and around Pennhurst. The amount of residential houses that are in that area. I mean, this data center is just that is just a death knell. And I don't know how many of those folks will want to just basically pick up sticks and leave. F it, we're just going to sell our house and hope for the best. But that's the part that boggles my mind, is that there's so many residential houses around Pennhurst. I'm like, there's no way it could be zoned for that. But I also know that zoning works differently from state to state to state. Jason was working with them on it. That's why we got some really good access. I see. Well, at least there's some hope for Waverly. It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking that Pennhurst could become could become a data center. It's terrifying, really. It's gross, as Marv and Val pointed out. But I really believe that it's coming, because the only thing that could have changed my mind is if it was a place. If I keep saying Waverly, Freudian slip. If Pennhurst even looked a fraction like Trans-Allegheny, I would be like, no, they're going to fight it. They're going to fight that. The failure to launch, though, is the fact that with every trip we made back, I mean, Pennhurst just looked worse and worse and worse. Now, it didn't look great to begin with, and that's to keep the creepy factor going. No, I get that. But what I'm saying is that, when we first got to Pennhurst for the Paracon 3 years ago, it looked, there were there was only like one place that we couldn't go. Second year, it was, I want to say it was 2 more buildings that we couldn't get into. And this year it was more. And it just feels like it's getting fewer every time we go back. Oh yeah, they had to close this one. They had to close this one. They had to close this one. And it at least for me, and the ones that they were keeping open looked even worse. The gift shop was nice, though. The gift shop was nice. So that's my hot take, is that this is going to happen mainly because the people that are currently taking care of Pennhurst don't give a shit. And it's easier to take the paycheck from the data center folks and move forward. Go to the Bahamas, invest some. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not even the Pennhurst School. It is the Pennhurst Asylum. So again, with the conflicting messaging, not knowing what the right hand and the left hand are doing, but I would also argue that if this data center falls through, if they figure out what's going on, Pennhurst will remain open until the last building falls, and then they go, okay, we're done. And I don't see Pennhurst improving anytime soon. I gotta say, I will probably gauge every property that I visit from this point forward based on Trans-Allegheny and based on Wildwood Sanitarium. And I don't mind saying that there's another property in Pennsylvania. I think it's called the White House. Katrina's been there. Jason's been there. And again, they said, yeah, I have their flyer upstairs. It basically says all proceeds of our, a lot of people are doing this now. They're using paranormal investigations to rescue historic buildings. And it's working. It's working. And it's helping. But Pennhurst, no. If this data center comes through, then it's a quick cash cow. It's a windfall. It's a jackpot for the people that currently own the property. If it doesn't, I would give Pennhurst 5 years before they just go, yeah, we can't do anything. Can't do anything to save this place. And is it heartbreaking? Yes. Is there any way we can rescue Pennhurst? I doubt it. It's a lot of work, as Val just said. It's a lot of work, and it just seems that the interest in saving Pennhurst isn't there, which is a shock because Pennhurst is considered one of the hottest of hotspots when it comes to the paranormal. I think I'd actually rather go to Eastern State Penitentiary. And if not there, I think I'd want to go. I was actually telling Zach Finds Fish about this. I was telling Zach because Zach would like to go on a paranormal investigation with us. He's been talking about that for years, and I've been talking about it for years. and I think I found the place that we might be able to meet in the middle. But I really want to go to the jail, the penitentiary where they filmed the Shawshank Redemption. And apparently that place is not only super active, it's one of those places where every dollar they make goes into its restoration. I think that's a smart way to handle it. So yeah, that's happening. Thought I'd let everybody know. And there's my take on it. And that is going to wrap up our Grim Gazette. Again, we do this every Wednesday, keeping it weird on Wednesdays. We do weird news and then some paranormal analysis, and then we do this, the deep dive discussion. And sometimes it ends on a light note, sometimes not so much. but this is the Grim Gazette in all its glory. And I just want to say again, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you so much for being here on Twitch. Thank you for being here on YouTube. I appreciate each and every one of you being here. We are going to raid somebody. I just don't know who. I think I do. I think we're going to drop in. I think we're going to drop in on the President Noir. We're going to drop in on the President Noir. Good people. New friend. He's someone that I play Magic the Gathering with. He's part of the Mana Buds. And yeah, if you want to join us sometime, we do that on Mondays. But thank you everybody so much for being here. And you know what to do. If you've got a tier 1 sub here on Twitch, all you got to do is copy this message, paste it into his stream when we get there. That message right there. Now, if you don't have a tier 1 sub, that's fine too. That is more than okay. You do not have to sub to hang out with me here. Okay. Going ahead and just put your own emotes together, but then you can make sure that the message that's in there is it's a tea party, a tea with 2 E's, and cheers from the Monster Mash. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and raid. We're gonna go ahead and raid the President Noir. For those of you over on YouTube, yeah, much love to you, Zach. Much love to you. For those of you on YouTube, we're just gonna wrap up stream. Thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow I should be here again at 6 p.m. and we're gonna be looking at some footage, probably footage from the Rocking Cradle House. It was supposed to be our Halloween special. Now it's gonna be our Christmas special because I had to take a break. I had to take a break. All right, everybody, take care. Peace.
Not what I want. As freezing is not the strap that I chose.
You are watching The President Noir.